Eight, nine, and King Jack.
Are we back? I think we are.
Where are we on?
We got some sound.
Hello! Hiya! Oh! Can you hear us in the back? Let us know! Not a bad first hand, 8 9s and King Jack. Okay now, says Jello. That'll be Essa. Afternoon Essa in Morecambe. Sound is working, Apocalypse. Thank you very much. PK's done it. He's back off now. He's working in the bar area because Celtic are on. Top lad. He can fix anything, that man. That's what he's here for. He fixes absolutely anything. Here we go. So, who we got the first two levels, young man? Who we got?
First table for us, Kachayan in 1, MI GDPR Madge is in 2, Antonio Crola in 3, Tom Noble in 4, Simon Chan in 5, Alex Montgomery in 6, Roderick McNeil in 7, Tom Gill in 8, and Usman Al-Haq in 9.
C3, affectionately known as Tony.
Okay.
Tony Crola, known Tony for years. In fact, he started when we did the gala tour up here, Tony. His hair's got a little bit lighter than it was. It used to be jet black, his hair, in C3 of Tony. So there you go, Sunny Morecambe Bay. It is Essa. I thought it was Jello. So we're off, and we've only got the flag sorted.
Oh yeah, just noticed.
We've only got the flag sorted for you. Sunny afternoon in Morecambe Bay. There you go.
How are we doing, everyone? How are we doing, Chris? How are we doing, PKR Par, Ross Corley? We will let you know about bust outs around the room as they come.
Normally a frantic first level, Jay. Normally it normally happens.
That's Jason in. Yeah, going to get seat 1. Name change to Jason.
It is Jason. Is he part of the Friends with Tim Chung?
Yeah, he was the one that I popped downstairs for on the first night in Ireland. Ended up seeing Tim, Jason, Kev Allen playing shuffleboard. Said to Alice, I'll be back up in a minute. Then ended up down there for another like three hours playing shuffleboard, drinking. Then we all flicked in the PLO. I was still sat in that drinking the 150 PLO, and then stumbled into the room about 6 hours later. Only popped down to see what was happening. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, we had a 2-on-2, me and Jason versus Tim and Kev Allen.
How much fun was that shuffleboard? How much fun was that?
Yeah, it was so fun to us, especially when you had a few.
I'm putting it forward to get the shuffleboards at Goliath. Come on, Alex. There's the Red Army. Red Army. The Red Army are on the way to Wembley today because it's the FA Cup final at Wembley.
He's told everyone.
Well, the biggest Liverpool fan of all suns himself in Spain after getting the dates wrong. Big Sam.
The story does not sound as good. When it's
He got the
1.1, it
dates
doesn't
wrong.
sound. You can't use the chip in the chair story.
It's for Tom.
I've been telling everyone one. Nah, I look bad.
2 chips back here just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
Makes it 2.4. And action on Jason with the pocket 9s. Potentially could just rip this. Will be 27 bigs effective. Button open, pocket 9s could just potentially set Tom in here as Jason. But he's just going to elect to 3-bet. Was down to 1k yesterday, Jason. 1k, 1,000 chips. He had one 1k chip in his stack.
Wow.
He managed to spin it up. Speaking to him at the bar yesterday.
Whoa.
Was down to 1,000 chips and had a little spinner.
How many day 2 entries? There were 18. 18 day 2 entries. And we'll start to bring you the sad news of eliminations as it comes along. He likes to read them out, does RJ? Here, you're not winning this.
Are you doing a treble today, Tower?
Am I doing a treble today? Shall we do one? Jim Marlowe, watching from the beer garden. Is that your own garden with a beer, or is that an actual beer garden at the side of a pub? Queen's for Roddy in the hijack. Jason's not doing anything with Queen Deuce.
Yeah, he's already out of the way.
Madge. Goes with the ace-3 of downs. 4-9 jack.
So pretty clean for us as Roddy. Still the overpair. Probably just happy to start betting here. Build the pot. Get some value from some potential Jack X, 9X, heart draws, 10-8, Queen 10. Fires for 4k into 6, so sizing up on this board, a bit of a bigger size, 2/3 the sizing choice. And then Gary Wilson, afternoon boys, all set for the FA Cup and poker on another TV. Homemade pizza and lots of Guinness and cider.
Homemade pizza, sounds great. Sounds like a good day, does that get it? While you're watching the live stream, we'll bring you the payout structure as soon as we get it. That'll be in the first session, I'm sure. Usually is on a Saturday. Day to entries. 106 chip counts yesterday, 124 in the mix when we started.
Roddy opening King Jack in the low jack. And Antonio, or Tony, should be defended. Queen 9 off.
Ten flop, 10-4-3.
Not much here for either player. However, nice board for Roddy to continue on. If check 2 overcards, some plausible backdoors with a Jack of Diamonds working. Fires for 4 into 6.8. A little bit more than 2/3 gets it done.
No, I forgot to apologize to him. I'm just making sure that you know. Making sure that you know after the card. I'm tired, bro.
So all seems to be working hunky dory. Lovely, lovely. Brothers, busy all day, thought you would pop on. That's good news for us. Where are you working, brothers?
9-7 of clubs for Roddy, not choosing to open. Usman, Queen 8 of hearts in the hijack. Expect Usman to open this one once folded to. Makes it 2.5. Jack 7 off. Not going to defend this one as Tommy. Just raise and take for this one. As well today, guys, we've got a couple of giveaways again.
We've got
2 more closer tickets to give away at some point today.
The names are on the list for the winners from yesterday. £100 closer. on Monday, 25,000 guarantee. We'll be giving a couple of them away a little bit later on tonight as we get towards the money.
Pocket nines for Tom. 26 big blinds going to be opening. Makes it 2.5. What's Madge thinking about here? Maybe thinking about pressuring Tom's stack size, 26 bigs with a light 3-bet. A bit like 6-3 of clubs, we're just going to have so many better hands to do it with. We're facing +2 as well. And then no one else calling behind, so raise and take for Tom this time. Over in top ball, good day chaps, got you on the large screen with the FA Cup on later, barbecue on the go as well. Just need a tip on the winner, Liverpool or Chelsea.
Ooh, draw.
You reckon draw?
90-minute draw.
I reckon Liverpool are going to win by a couple.
Do you?
It'll be 2 or 3. 3-1, 4-1, 3-0, something like that.
Okay. Rowdy Roddy Piper, God bless. One of the best ever. Well, Rowdy Roddy. Jay won't have a clue who he is.
Hello, wrestler.
What? How do you know that?
Because I used to, when I was...
How do you know Rowdy Roddy Piper?
When I was youngster, my older brother used to love it. It's when he was like 14, 15 and watching it. Like, when I was like 7, 8, I used to... Yeah.
I'm impressed.
No, a few of them from back in the day.
Well, it's certainly split the chat box, Chelsea or Liverpool.
How are we doing? Diamond Lake, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Diamond.
So it's that time, guys. Every 15 minutes, I will run you through who we have lost.
Here we go.
Today, so far, we have lost 6 players in the first 15 minutes. Kevin Frayne was first out, followed by Lee Bradbury. And then we lost Tim Chung, Dan Milne, Michael Caine, Dean Lyle, and Paul McTaggart.
Oh man, a couple of big names there. 2 or 3 big names there leaving. Paul McTaggart being one of them. Firstly, surely the first pre-1990 reference Jay's ever got. That is true. But I'm sure he could tell you who won the FA Cup in 1987. Pretty sure he'll tell you all the facts.
Seen highlights of that game probably more than like it's still showing like a lot of games like before you were born you see on TV like when you're having deep runs in cups and stuff. So Match choosing to 3-bet the Queen 10 of spades here after Jason opens the Ace Queen +2.
Queen Eye flop as well, Queen Jack 4.
Yes, this is action in a 3-bet coup here. Well, Match can go pretty small in this board section with his hand, or he could even check this one potentially. Not the worst hand to incorporate into that top pair, check that range in the 3-bet coup. There is the check from Match.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Now Jason's going to feel fairly confident that he's got the best of it. They're going to check once more. Try and induce something from Madge perhaps. But Madge actually going to feel like he's got the best hand now. So both these players in their heads going to feel like they've got the best of it. We can see Jason with Madge slightly outkicked. So I'm assuming if we check turn, we're check calling as Jason most of the time. Don't think there's too much merit in check raising in this 3-bet coup. So there is the check call.
Jason in one.
Might be thinking about blocking potentially with the ace of clubs in our hand. Small little block bet from Jason. And does block for quarter. Madge makes the call, and Jason takes that one with the ace queen.
Yeah, Madge nods his head and said that's good. We found the Scottish flag and we thought because we're in Edinburgh it'd be a good thing to use. One thing they didn't find was the George Cross for the English flag. I don't know why. So most of the local players, the Scottish players up here, have got the Scottish flag outside of them. And why not? Even though we're all still part of one same thing. But you know what we mean. Nice touch to flags. My golfing partner sat in seat number 8, Tom Gill. He asked me if I wanted to play again tomorrow at 7 AM.
Well, before we start.
Before we start.
And?
Well, it's 45 minutes there. It's a 4-hour round. And it's 45 minutes back. I'd be here at 12:15 in my golfing gear. So I had to decline, unfortunately.
You're not playing 9? You're not doing 9?
No, I can't drive all up there and do 9 holes. No. No, it'd have to be 18. But he did invite us again. But thanks for Tom. Unfortunately.
And could potentially see this getting tower here. Button versus small blind dynamic. Alex opening off of 18 bigs with the 9s. And Roddy here with the king, queen of clubs could potentially 3-bet here to get it in versus Alex's stack size. But just choosing to flat here with the king, queen suited on this occasion. Looks like that's going to bring Tom in here with a king 5. So we've got 3-way action. 9s of Alex best.
Here's Jack 4, 2 diamonds.
Still best, but not going to love this board as Alex. Definitely still continue small if we wanted to. Just in terms of range, going to be a lot better for us. But decides to check. 2 diamonds on the turn. Does bring in the nut flush draw for Tom as well as a will draw here now. So Tom picked up a decent draw on the turn and is going to start leading at this after Alex's check back flop. Fires for 5.5 into 8.7. Alex does have that 9 of diamonds in there. The problem is calling 5.5k out of our 20k stack. Over a quarter of our stack to put in. We could be dead in this spot some of the time with 9s. Tom can have all the king x suited, queen x suited, jack x suited, 10x suited, defending out the big. But if I'm Alex, I'll just fold. But does make the fold. Incorrect on this occasion, but just all the hands that Tom is meant to have there or could have out the big blind. Definitely agree with the 9s fold for sure.
I'm not seeing Alex for the week. I'm not too sure if he just turned up yesterday for the turbo. I've not seen Alex Montgomery.
No, he wasn't
seen number 6.
I don't think he was in the mini.
No.
So I'm guessing you're right. So I'm guessing he's just made an appearance.
Yeah, just turned up yesterday afternoon. Jumped in the turbo. Don't really see much on him. But there he is. I'll show you the schedules for Luton and Goliath and what's happening in the local scene as well, the G400 and 25/25s during the day.
Ace queen of hearts for match. Just assume to open this.
Celtic games on in the background. Just been crowned champions. Nine flop, 957.
I'm just going to just check this board. Fairly high frequency tower. Chooses to continue on this occasion, especially versus Usman. Saw a lot of him last year. Seems to play very well any time he's on the featured table, especially against a competent opponent who will just understand how this board's supposed to be better for us. Usman has the straight, we don't as match. Usman has the two pair combos, we don't as match. It's just a board where he can really handcuff us if he really wants to, put in a potential check raise, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. Usman, very good understanding of just ranges and how this board's supposed to be a lot better for us than it is our opponent. Makes it 8k to go. But Madge not having any of it. Going to come along for the ride with the ace higher and backdoor hearts. And pings the queen.
Ping, ping, ping. The queen of spades.
Now is Usman going to continue to tell the story that he's got a 5-7, 5-9, 9-7, 8-6 type hand here. Could also have sets, pocket fives, pocket sevens, but just gives up and checks it over to Madge, and it's a well-timed check as well because Madge wouldn't be going anywhere after getting probably one of the best turn cards in the deck for him.
And he gets out of the way, Usman. Usman had liked final table the GUKPT Edinburgh a couple of times before. It's nearly Grim Reaper time. You know that, don't you? Getting close again.
Oh, 4 minutes. We haven't got prize pool confirmed yet, default.
Not yet.
Usually second session of the day because they just have to clarify everything, make sure everything's correct, number of entries, what they've taken, and then they'll get a confirmed prize pool out as soon as possible. As soon as we have it, you guys will know about it.
Is Diamond Lee watching the correct stream on Twitch?
I think on Football Italia I watch on Sunday, pronounce it with a silent G.
Oh, that was yesterday's conversation
Cagliari.
about Cagliari.
Cagliari.
Well, the prize pool's 256,000, and if you looked at 25%, you're looking at nearly 60,000 up top. Well, more than 60,000 actually. Could be about 65, 60, well, 62,000 maybe, 63,000. What are the total numbers? Did we hit the 400? How much does Razor Kev owe me? Pounder man up and down on 444. £390. 390. So £54 he owes me on 444. £390 runners. Great effort. 351 last year, and we thought last year was going to be something different because it was the first time out of lockdown. So 390. Started the day with 124. Razor Kev says it's 65k up top. How do you know?
Is he working floor here now? We ain't seen him this week.
That's Tony Corolla.
Pocket threes for Tommy. Makes it 2.5. And action on a match in the big blind with the 8-5 off. I love the way that when someone's GDPR, there's no picture of them, but we still put that light.
Who is that masked man?
So Ace Jack 5 at flop here. Tommy continuing for 2/3, and match here versus this sizing with bottom pair. May just let this one go on this board versus on the gun +1, and does. And it's that time, guys. It's bust out time. So in the last 15 minutes, we have lost Ewan McNicholas.
What? He had chunks.
David Thomas. GK is gone.
No way.
Shane Hellier. Dean Hutchinson.
Oh, another good player.
Tim Shirley.
Yep.
And Andy Hills.
Oh no, Andy was really short, wasn't he?
And Andy, Dean and Shane all busting on table 7 at the same time. So it might have been a 4-way all in, potentially.
Well, wasn't a bounty, was it?
no, yeah. So yeah, that brings us up to now. When we get later in the day, guys, we'll get a ticker as usual, top right as well. When we get closer to the money, won't throw one in yet because players are just busting too fast. But when we do get a little bit closer to money, we will put a ticker up so you can see how many are remaining.
390 runners. Could be paying 40.
Yeah.
38.
38. How do you know? 38. What's up top? If Razor Kev's working the floor, I'm having a stewards. We're having a stewards if he's got it absolutely bang on.
Well, I can see I'm leaning back. The prize pool looks like it's out. It is out.
Oh.
So Kev someone might put in the old Discord chat that Kev's in with Nixon and everyone and Span, and I reckon.
Well, none of them are going to win it.
Span's on a bit of a purple patch.
Is it? Come on, the Span.
Queen 8 of hearts for Usman in the cut-off makes it 2.4, and Tony in the big blind 7-6. Definitely defend this one. King Jack 8, 2 club board. Bottom pair for Usman, nothing here for Tony. Board that's going to favour Usman as the opener as well. The King Jack 8 decides to check behind.
Ace of clubs on the turn. From Tony Corolla in seat 3.
check once more. So Osman just wanted to get to showdown here with his 4th pair, and he will, because this is a board that Tony would be a brave man bluffing on versus the opener. But Osman can still have some check backs here with some ace X, and just the board with 7 high we've just got to give up on and let the pot go. Well, he's actually called a 6. Osman with the Queen 8 now. I think this is just going to be a check tower. I don't really see much merit in betting here. Don't think we're ever getting called by worse.
Osman, there does go check, check. Tony Crawley gives up. Can we just call Don Carlo Chiesa?
Yeah, it's easy. Don Carlo sounds like a mafia boss, doesn't he?
Doesn't
Don
it?
Carlo. Right in the film.
Yeah, we're going to meet Don Carlo this evening. Hey, be careful what you say. Buongiorno, Mr. Don Carlo. There it is. £65,190 up top. Razor Kev was miles out.
190 quid.
He must have had word. 45,580. That's awesome. Final table we get there 4,480, and there's 10th at 4,090. If you bubble the final table, 390 runners in total. Some good numbers right there. Indeedy, indeedy. Well done, one and all. $65,000 up top. Very nice indeed.
How are we doing, Nigel? Who's your money on tower? Sheffield United or Forest?
Well, most of the family are Blades, so it have to be Sheffield United for me. Used to go and watch them in the 80s. Rotherham United played it. I had a season ticket at Rotherham in the 80s, like all the way through the 80s. And whenever Rotherham United played at home, Sheffield United played away. And whenever Sheffield United played at home, Rotherham played away. So I used to go to Sheffield United match as well.
That's all right.
Every now and again, when there was a good match on, I used to go to Bramall Lane to watch some of the bigger football, because obviously we were mainly in a lower division than Sheffield United. So it'll be Sheffield United for me. It's just a shame it's not the final at Wembley on a week on Sunday. Bit of a shame. Yeah. I won't be cheering, to be fair, but I shall have an interest with it, with the family being Blades. Should be a good game, that is for sure.
So Jason choosing a really small size here, 1.5 into 6.6, so less than quarter here from Jason. Thinking to induce this from Tommy here with the flush draw. We'll have more Deuce X defending out the big blind as well as Tommy. And going to make this one 6k, and Jason's just got easy call here with position. It's a situation that we're either drawing to 2 outs versus a deuce, or we're going to have around 70% versus a flush draw, maybe a bit less shy of that.
Here's a heart's turn.
Yeah, and this is a card which I think Tommy's going to have to slam the brakes on here, tower. Like Jason could plausibly float some ace highs here, facing our check raise, because we're repping a deuce here. A lot of the time for value, may raise some 6x for protection in some cases with good kickers, but like to see a check here from Tommy, and does check it over to Jason. He's probably going to check behind here on this ace turn. Either that or really small bet to check back river. I think either's going to be fine, blocking or checking. The ace of clubs on the river here. So Tommy does get there, makes the flush. However, double paired board, we do lose to just bare ace X here. As well as that, Jason could plausibly have some better flush draws. So checking it over to Jason, who will check behind tower. Can't see any merit in betting here. Once the flush completes.
Yeah.
Unless Jason comes to the conclusion that Deuce X is going to continue firing turn. Wow, he's actually value bet here, so I thought he might bomb it. if he's going to bet, because deuce X is going to continue turn, so we're pretty confident Tommy doesn't have a deuce. 6X probably not going to pay us off, so Tommy could definitely have a flush here. It looks like he has a flush, so we could potentially bomb it, try and get him fold some flushes, because we have the ace X, but this size is just never going to work.
Cool, Tommy.
He's tried to get value from a 6 there, Jason. I think that's what it is. He's tried to get a hero from a 6 in that spot, but I don't think we're going to have too many small sizes there with kings. I think we're either going to check back or choose an extortionate size to put a flush in a spot and turn our kings into a bluff. I think the small sizing doesn't achieve too much. I think 6X will have an easy fold and flushes are just going to call, so only getting called by a better hand.
Is Dan Oliver still in?
Yes.
Yes, we haven't read his name out on the exit list, so yes, he is still in. He is still in. Just quickly going back to the Forest game. Why is the Forest manager not being named manager of the year? They were bottom of the league at Christmas. Done in the playoffs with a potential Premier League spot up for grabs and the biggest game in football in history.
Did the manager come at Christmas though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I thought you meant like he got them to bottom of the league and then he's pulled them out. Okay.
They were bottom of the league. Huh? They were bottom of the league.
Wow.
And they're in playoffs with a chance of getting into Premier League and biggest game in football in history. It's crazy. Crazy. Just remember, Jason had 1,000 chips yesterday. 1 chip.
Yeah, it's like Jason has to make the a 2's just going to continue firing turn, building the pot once they check raise flops. So once he checks turn there, like it does look a lot like a flush draw or a 6. So the bet on the river, I don't think we're getting called by a 6. I think a 6 will fold, so I think we're only getting called by flushes. So I think it's better to check. But the other option could be potentially like 1.5 exit, just simply because it's so hard for Tommy to ever have an ace there, and we've got all the ace X. Like, what ace X is Tommy going to have other than ace 6 specifically, or ace deuce? So not too many combos of that with what's on the board, and I just don't think the small bet's going to achieve anything. I think the 2 options are check behind and just take our showdown, or if we really think about the hand, our opponent just can't ever have a boat there and bomb it for 1.5x, and I think those were the 2 options.
Meet the mod watching on Facebook. Now we're doing Mr. Retty.
Oh dear, Mick. You have a little sword next to your name when you sign in today.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it done?
Yeah.
Sorted, is it?
When you sign into Twitch.
Who sorted that?
I did.
Good lad. Good lad.
Amazing what you can do with a bit of Google.
Absolutely. Donna will be jealous. I might get Donna on the case as well.
No, yeah. Soon, next time Donna's in, we'll get Donna a little sword as well. All in here from Simon after Tony bets, and Simon just shoves after catching a piece.
Yeah, Tony Crawler, lived in Edinburgh for years and years. Scene number 3. Affectionately known as Tony Corolla, top lad. He had jet black hair the first time I ever met him. Now going just slightly brighter.
Pro like yo, good morning boys, still going strong I see. Is the famous Moro Accardi in seat 2, I see.
Now imagine seat number 2, won this last year.
I was like, stop it. So we're going to do this. You're looking at this guy. What's the first car? Like 10 minutes, like 500. Yeah, I had like 40 negative later on. I'm one flip away from the big one.
Yeah, it's all my, isn't my
I agree. I think in Manchester when I lost 220k plus equity trades. Big difference in play cakes and white actually can.
I just literally got in the final, mate. Didn't get nothing. When I looked at Ace 10 with 3 bigs, looked like aces.
It was
You
painful.
mentioned it, that's absolutely nice.
I got home with like 10 bigs and I went to
There are Mick the Mods in on Twitch.
Oi, oi.
and then that Trevor
Tommy with the 9s, raise and take for him. Should we see what's coming up Tower this year?
What's coming up this year, Jay?
Right, it started.
Where are we going next?
We are off to Luton.
The blue ones is where we're going to be live streaming. The red one at the bottom, obviously, is Goliath, so that'll be on. The Vic, the G400s. Next weekend, London, Coventry, Leeds, Liverpool. Luton's price on there's wrong. It's a 1250 main event, not a 900 plus 100. That was the first. That was the initial price that they were going to try and work with. But they decided that Luton is big enough for a 1250, so that will get changed. Luton's next GUKPT is a 1250, and the full schedule will show you as well, because that's pretty intense as well. BNR is Manchester, Hill Street is Birmingham, Reading and Glasgow have got the deep stack the first week in June, and then Coventry again, Luton, Edinburgh and Blackpool, and then we're back for London. He's not. So will London be £1,000?
I'm not sure, they might change it.
They might change that. But keep watching the live stream because we will give you updated information. But Luton's main event, the next live stream, will be a 1250. I think you can time him out for about 8 hours today because he's off to work doing about 14 jobs apparently.
Or 6 months if you can, Mick. I don't know how to do it, but if you can time him out for 6 months, I won't mind. So 15 minutes have passed, here we go again. A few names for you guys that have exited the building. Andy Hills was the last one out on the list. Since then we've lost Gary Whitehead, Ronald Musson, Pamela Kearney, William McMurray, Marius Varanavicius, and that is it. Only 5 names in the last 15 minutes.
There we go.
Tom here, blind on blind, pocket threes, working with 30 bigs effective. I could even jam this if we wanted to, Tower. If we, especially like versus Usman, if we've got a very good player on our left in the big blind here, it's like nothing wrong with just shoving this small pair here for 30 bigs, because otherwise a lot of the time we're going to go post. Like this should never be an option. We shouldn't be raising 2x here with threes. Say it so much, need to raise bigger, blind on blind, small out of big, you can't 2x it. It's not going to achieve anything. You're going to have to go 3.5x, sometimes even 4x versus certain opponents. We want to give ourselves a chance to take the pot down pre. As soon as we start going that small, our opponent can just pill almost any 2 with position on us in a heads up coup, blind on blind. And now the other thing is as well, there's potential for us to get bluff with a hand like 3-0 as Tom, but just going to use the ace here on the turn, range bet. It's going to be better for us as the raiser, and it does get Usman out the way, so it does take the pot down. Nonetheless, playing it the way he did. Yes, I think Nixon's in the building today, so I'm guessing he's brought back in. Day 2?
Don't know if he made. He was playing the turbo last night. I don't know if he made it through.
I don't think he bagged up, but I think is it a day 2 buy-in for Jamie? It must be.
Not seen Jamie, but I did see on his social media he's
Let's find out.
Little story that he didn't want to beat last year's 7 bullets.
He's in.
He's in.
And he is on bullet number 7.
Oh,
He is on bullet number
Edinburgh
7.
loves him.
Well, he
He finished 5th last year and had 7. And he said, let's beat number 7 this time. I'm guessing beating it must mean not have as many. So,
funny, Jack was calling him Albert yesterday, weren't he, at the bar? He was calling him Albert, Jack.
Albert Sapiano.
Where is old Albert?
I know, he doesn't travel as much as he used to, does he?
Doing
He's
this.
mid-70s now, Albert.
I think he's older than that, Taylor. Yeah. I think he's nearer 80. I think he's nearer 80.
I know he loves the game, but the travelling... to be fair, he'd be able to private jet it up if he wanted to. And then complain about £1 for a cup of tea.
Oh, don't. It's funny. I don't know, I think I've probably told the story on stream before, but Leeds last year, obviously I travelled down a bit earlier for the Mini and we're staying at a different hotel. I've literally just walked through the doors, we're about to check in, and there's all we can hear is someone shouting at the reception desk, like shouting at a receptionist. It's Albert, ain't it? Just there, something about his parking, going this and this, and like, like only Albert.
Yeah, just about to flick in for the 5 buy-ins.
He
For
loves
about
it.
£4 and he complains it's a £5 to park. That's poker players for you.
Yeah, that is.
So the Queen 8 picks up some equity as it comes a 5 of diamonds on the turn for Madge.
Yeah, match is just like your pure aggro tower. Like when he picks up equity, he just goes for it.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's going to be good. Like it's better to be overly aggressive in spots like this than just random aggression in certain spots. Like it's never going to be a bad thing when we do pick up equity within the pot to start barreling and give ourselves like 2 opportunities to win the pot. We can either win it here from our barrel, or sometimes we will get there on the river with our up and down, and Queen could be good in this spot as well. So I like the style of match. Never going to be a bad thing firing when we do pick up outs. Tony, Spidey senses with 4th pair here effectively, and a dummy and gutter.
I know, it took my hat. I guess so, because every time we leave, I'm just thinking, maybe I thought it was getting something.
The guys let it go. It's a nice play there from Madge. Aggression prevailing that time. How are we doing, Dale Parry? Tuning in on Facebook.
Afternoon, Dale. Hope you're good.
Like 2 minutes until like end of the day.
We are both
Okay.
sat in position for the next 12 hours. Finish the live stream around 12:30.
Yeah, blind's going on in 10 minutes time. Going to level 2 of the day.
Big blind was 40k, and then looking at 40k, and he's behind it, and he's done all of the goals, like, hit the fucking shit back. Fucking 6 big blind swing with it.
You need to play the satellite. So you press the stat, and then you go to that last 11, so that 10 gets made. So there's a time back, so there's only 30 seconds for the time back anyway. And then this guy got really mad at us because we keep on like tanking for 30 seconds. Like, that's why the time back is for.
That's what we're allowed to do.
Yeah. And then there's like 12 players left, so it wasn't hand for hand yet. It was still like.
Yeah, so obviously it's a strategy.
So Kings for the 2nd time today for Jason here. And like against match here, I personally I'd probably complete in this. Okay, sorry, Usman's opened the button here. His cards are back. Jason makes it 11k. Big 4x sizing, what we like to see out of the blinds from Jason. Unfortunately, Usman really trash holding, just never going to be able to continue here. And out the way. Do like the size and choice that Jason opted for there. Nice big 4x, facing the button open.
About 27k. Just didn't want to put them in number blind. I respect that. You're aware. Oh, that's really. Take my time.
So we start the day with 124. And we're on 105 at this moment in time. 105. Give you the eliminator players every 15 minutes or so. Usually gets a few eliminations in the first 2 levels.
Instead of us spending governor, mate.
Queen eye flop for Tony Corolla, starting scene number 3. It'll be a check call from Tony.
Yeah. Worked out treat this time, Tower, but could definitely shove this one as Tony pre-flop. Usman's open. We've got 20 big blinds. Ace Queen's just fist pump. Let's get this in.
Yeah, they're in.
But he's going to shove on the flop instead. And if we do play it in that trapping manner, we want to be flat in the flop there with the Ace Queen. Like Usman's going to be so wide open in the cut off there.
Absolutely, and then you can just check, see what it is on the turn.
Exactly. Just potentially got a decent amount of equity on that board. Like against Ace 8 there, Usman is literally drawing dead to running 8s or running chops. So if we do play it in that dicey manner rather than shoving 20 bigs, and we get such a monster flop for us, so much better to just flat and keep some bluffs in of our opponent. But Tony just happy to play it in that fashion, and it works a treat for him this time. Ace Jack of spades for Tom. Match here on the button. The Ace 9 suited. I have both options available here. The way Madge plays though, he's just very aggressive and maybe leaning more towards 3-bet. Definitely can flat here as well. Obviously have a little mixture of flats, mixture of 3-bets. Keep your opponents guessing, and does choose the 3-bet to 7.8 and action back on Tom here. So Tom starting the hand with around 40k, just over to 35 bigs for Tom. And Ace Jack suited here, getting this price. This is certainly going to be coming along. Ace Jack off, might just let it go. Low Jack versus button, with the suited variety. In we come.
So 38 get the money here in Edinburgh. And we're on 105. £200 side event starting at 4 o'clock today. 30-minute clock, 15,000 starting stack. Should be a busy one. £200 that's starting at 4. Welsh King, is there a delay? Yes, there is 30 minutes. As always, 30-minute delay. We commentate on that 30-minute delay so we can chat to everybody in the various chat boxes that we use. And the total entries were 390. All in for Tommy. Small blind shove, basically.
So it's that time again. 15 minutes have passed.
Here we go.
So we will see who we have lost after Mauritius. Chris Flint has gone Spuddy.
Oh no.
Fionn O'Donnell. And that is it. Only lost 2 in the last 15 minutes, Tal.
Oh, he's calmed down a bit.
Fionn O'Donnell and Chris Flint exits. And don't forget, guys, as well, make sure you're tuned in throughout today, because we've got £210 closer tickets for Monday to give away.
We have
on Grosvenor Poker. So a couple of giveaways today. I think when we get back after the dinner break, we'll do one then, and then maybe the penultimate session of the day.
Sounds good to me.
There's Tom with the Ace King under the gun +1, raising to 2.5, and Jason here with the Ace Queen in the low jack, facing this early position open from Tom and just choosing to flat like this from Jason. Against Tom's stack size here, I don't think, some players we could happily 3-bet call off, but I don't think Tom's going to ever be 4-bet ripping any lighter than Ace Queen, so just flat rather than 3-bet, get ripped on and have to fold. Flat with position and see a flop potentially after both blinds get out of the way.
Seven, 8, 6, 2 hearts.
So board not good for either player here. The thing is, in terms of range here, we much prefer as Tom to be up against low jack rather than, let's say, big blind on this board. And choosing 3k into 8k here, so just south of 40% pot is the choice of sizing from Tom. And Jason, second nut high here. We are ahead of some of hands that Tom can have here, some ace jack, ace 10, king queen suited, king jack suited, jack 10 suited, these type of hands that he would open.
And then pings it on the turn.
There's Tom going to go for another street here. Checks it over to Jason. Looks like 9k. So around 65% here. Just a fold from Tom.
Nice well, Tom. Tom on 27,000. Jason up to 81. Sorry, 104 with the pot. Don't forget he had 1 chip yesterday. As Jay was saying, 1 chip.
Playing at 8:16 now, all 2 of the day. Been a slow start, no bust outs on our feature table as of yet.
Not just yet.
Jason's found some hands this first session. Third time he's had ace queen, if I recall correctly. He's had kings twice, so card distribution been on his side for sure. Is that limp? So Alex going to have to complete here with the 10-3 of hearts if this is a limp from Jason. No. Oh, so Jason just mixing in a limp with these stack sizes at the table.
Like it.
I'd like to know why. I'd like to know why, Tower.
I've come to a conclusion.
Okay.
I can't do a Towers treble.
Why not?
I can't work out anything. I can't find where to do it from or what to do it from.
At least you're honest, Tower.
I can't get there. I've looked. I've had a quick study, and I don't think Towers treble, unless there's a desperate need for one, or people just want to save their hard-earned £3.20.
We could do one tomorrow. That's when the Premier League games are.
The Premier League games are on tomorrow. We'll have a look. But I think we'll leave. I think we'll leave the German Bundesliga and the in Serie A. I think we'll leave it alone, and we'll let people have a nice Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. You don't fancy the Botswana Premier League today, then, Tower?
Well, to be fair, I've not checked that out. I've not checked that one out. To be fair.
Or the Croatian third HNL West League. Lots of games on, Tower, lots to choose from.
Fiorentina will be hoping that Roma don't win. I know that much.
And Roddy finds 10s on the button. Makes it 3.5, and this is going to be getting in. Tom has to shove here.
Yeah, Tom Gill has to shove with the ace king.
I know he missed a couple of shove spots earlier, but surely he's not going to miss this one.
No, he's not shoving. He's raising.
Is he called?
No, I think he looks. I think he's 3-bet. How's it called?
He hasn't called. Surely, Tower. Surely not.
No, there's two blue chips. There's two.
They're hundreds, though, ain't they?
Oh, are they?
It could be 2 whites and 700 chips, couldn't it?
Okay. Maybe because he lost with the ace king last time, he wants to see if he can hit the flop.
And Stenine says Sheffield, Liverpool, and Mansfield pays 8-1. So Usman 3-betting to 14k. So it's actually going to work a treat on this occasion for Tom, because he's going to be able to get his 15 bigs in now. With you've got the open from Roddy, you've got this 3-bet from Usman. Roddy's got an easy shove here, Tower. It's an easy jam for Roddy. What's everyone up to today? He's just flattered here. Usman's literally sitting there with 30 bigs effective. We're sitting there 30 bigs effective. We got pocket 10s. Usman's a capable player, 3-betting out the big blind. It's a fist pump jam with the 10s there, just getting it in. And Roddy's just somehow flattered this spot. It's pretty crazy. Like how Tom, first of all, hasn't jammed pre.
Yeah.
How Roddy hasn't 4-bet ripped the 10s.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on this hand, Sour. And the problem Usman's got now is he's getting 10k to win 53k. He's literally getting 5-1 in the call here. And if Usman shoves, I don't think he can shove, can he? Made it 14. Tom's got him for. Maybe
it's a call.
He can't shove, Tower. It's under race.
Yeah.
So both players can only call.
So we've ended up with Tom all in. He has a chance of travelling up. Needs to get a little bit lucky. Tom stands.
This hand's just a mess pre-flop. It really is. But somehow now we're going freeway to the flop and they're still betting.
Yeah. 9-9-4, no help for Tom Gill. Stands up, North Berwick's finest. Needs help.
Right, all in from Usman. Snap, call.
Yeah.
From Roddy.
Was that kings, queens, 10s and ace king? Jacks.
Wow, this is a setup. Button versus small. How's this not gone in pre? This is like mental.
No idea.
How has this not gone in pre, Tower? It's actually madness. Usman was the effective stack of 30 bigs.
Yeah.
Tom had like 15 bigs. Somehow it's not gone in pre, and Usman's going to win a monster here.
Yeah. Ace or king needed for Tom Gill, or he's out the door. And it's not. It's an 8. Unlucky Tom.
Yeah, so we lose.
Tom Gill eliminated. North Berwick's finest. Thanks for the invitation to the golf course, young man. And very unlucky in the main event. But as Jay says, how on earth did that not all go in pre?
Like we got a 15 big stack of Tom, we got 30 big stack of Usman, and it's button versus small blind versus big, and it's jacks, 10s, and ace king. It's just always got to be in pre, and I have no idea how somehow we went post with those 3 hands. Obviously after the under raise they can only call anyway, but it should have just gone open from the 10s, shove from the ace king, re-shove from Usman, call from the 10s, and we should have had a 3-way all in pre-flop. But unorthodox play pre-flop from Tom, just choosing to flat, and then unorthodox from the 10s, just choosing to flat as well. Everything about that hand was just weird.
Bizarre.
And Usman takes the chips nonetheless, and he's going to be more than happy with that pot. Cole, Mr. R, so it was an open to 3.2. and then Usman made it 14k from 3.2, so the difference is 10.8, and then the all-in was 24k, so it was 800 out of being able to raise over it. So it went free. So because Usman free bet to 14k, so 3.2 difference between that and 14k is 10.8, and then the all-in was for 24k, which is 10,000. So we're 800 out from being able to raise again and put in another raise, if that makes sense to you. Yeah, Usman's free bet size wasn't 10k, it was 14k. He had 10k to call. That might be where the confusion is for yourself. Yeah, essentially Apocalypse. Yeah, if Usman actually thought about. But the thing about Usman with Tom Stack, he's not even thinking about that, because he thinks if Tom's got a hand that can call the free bet, he's going to be pushing it in pre anyway. So probably Usman maybe thinks Tom's going to be redundant in that hand and not even get involved once we free bet. So maybe weren't thinking about it for that reason, because you don't expect Tom to have any real flats there off of that stack size out the small blind versus a button open, like except maybe some aces and kings some of the time. So maybe Usman just wasn't thinking that he was ever getting continues from Tom, only worried about the button. But either way, it all has to go in. All three of those players have to get their chips in pre. It would be bad for any one of them to fold that spot. As Vidas comes and takes the empty seat.
Looks like about 100,000 as well.
Looks like a good start for that man.
He's had a bit of a gamble this week as Vidas, but he's managed to build up a stack for day 2. Looks like about 110,000. Score predictions for the final.
I said 3-1 or 4-1 Liverpool. That's what I said.
And I said 1-1.
2-2-2.
And he quacks him out. The Ducks. Whack, 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 whack.
So 15 minutes have passed, so it's that time again.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Oh no, Swifty's gone.
No!
So Katie Swift busting after Fionn O'Donnell. Stephen K, watcher of our Twitch stream, has gone as well. Ludo is out. Ludo Geilich, who bought in today.
Second last year.
We saw Tom Gill on our featured table. Phil Tate out the building as well. And we've just lost Yong Soo Yoon on table 5.
Oh my days.
So that means, Tower, we've got 97. We've broke the 100 mark. 97 remain.
97.
Queen 8 of diamonds for Roddy. How are we doing, Danny O on Twitch? Good afternoon to you. So we got a low jack open here from Roddy to 3.2, and Jason just rips for. Okay, yeah. So he's actually just understanding of stacks. Roddy's only got, the opener's only got 25 bigs effective, and then the players in the blinds, Tony has only got around 18 bigs effective, so ripping for that effective. Actually, no, Madger's got chunks behind him. Interesting. And Jason just ripping the ace-king there. Effective stack of the other two players in the pot were sub 25, Roddy and Tony, but Madge had 50 plus bigs there. But he was the only player we had to get through, he was the only worry. So I guess Jason just taking that approach with the ace-king. And Danny is on the Roddy rail.
Come on, the Roddy.
Seat open at 3.
And 10 only diamonds for Simon. In they go under the gun, sub 10 bigs. Simon will be happy to get that one through.
Simon wins hand.
Yeah, his first one he's won it so far today, I think, Tao. He's just been folding. Sometimes you've got to do that in this game.
Yep. 4 o'clock side event, £200 at 15,000 starting stake, 30-minute clock. Afternoon, guys, says somebody. How is the no name side of that one? Good afternoon. Anonymous. Simon's just got 2 on the trot.
Risk it for a biscuit. How are we doing? Hey up, Tower and Jay.
Aye, aye.
And has to mention the Tower makes a lovely brew.
Personal service, Emily. Personal service. How are you? Hope things are good. Are you out on the Raz this weekend?
How are we doing? Stephen Taylor, watch on YouTube. Good luck to Maybury Reg still left. Love from Seville. Come on, the Bears.
See old Scott's in the building. Watching on Facey. Where are you, Scott? Whereabouts are you?
How are you doing, Scott?
Oh, Scott's in the building. Good morning. Multi George is back. Alex Montgomery for the win. It says AMC 187.
Jason's found some hands his first session. The man that was down to 1,000 chips yesterday, well over the 100 mark now, raise and take. Why do you think I'm always getting tired to do the tea runs?
Yeah, Danny, how it works. All you have to do is just, if I'm walking past and you want a cup of tea, I'll go and make anybody a cup of tea, me. Emily asked. I might have even asked Emily, she was sat down playing poker. I think she needed a brew. Would you like a brew? Yeah, go on then. Oi, oi. Scott's in Spain.
Oh, then Lee Holt, afternoon lads, come on you Spurs. How happy was you, Jay, on Thursday night? Pretty happy. At least we gives us a sweat.
Yeah, Edinburgh has been amazing. It really has.
No action provide us with the Kings raise and take.
There you go. I'll do it again next time we see you. That's a promise. Yeah, Edinburgh's been great. Been windy, mind. And a lovely game of golf Monday and Tuesday.
Who's your money on? I don't know. It's so hard to say at this stage. It's when there's 100 odd left. It's very difficult to pick someone.
The money's 38, and we'll pick one from 38 inwards to FT. That's what we'll do. So when are we going to see Seattle Scott? Again, that's the question. And what do you think about Tyreek going to the Dolphins? Oh!
Victor Abyss, if you wait till the break, in the break clips, it's tee off with the tower.
we did a couple.
Yeah, but tower went out. Unfortunately, I was feeling a bit under the weather, and the weather wasn't feeling too good either that day. So
no, it rained.
I didn't really
we
fancy
did.
it.
Yeah, we did. The better one's Aberdour with Johnny Scott. That's the better video out of the two. But it rained incessantly all day, and Tuesday I did most of it on mobile phone because I thought I broke the camera and I didn't. All I had to do was take off the lens. So I did most of it by phone, but there was a 30-mile-an-hour wind on Tuesday, so the sound wasn't the best, so I couldn't really do many vids regarding shots and what have you, but the views were just stunning, like proper stunning. So we'll show them over the course of the breaks. We'll get the Aberdour one in for the first one because that's a good watch.
Yeah, I am Victor. I just like walking around, t-shirt, shorts, and just having a nice stroll, nice weather, a bit of sun on the back. But not a big fan of playing in the wind and rain. It's hard for us higher handicappers as well, them conditions. Sometimes you have minus yardage on some shots when it's that windy. And Razor Kev rooting for the WhatsApp page that he's in. Good luck to Span, Danny Ryder, Mr. P-Man and Ricky Kebab.
Absolutely. Nice to meet them for the first time this weekend, Ricky Kebabs and Mr. P-Man.
Okay, players in the main event, at the end of this level, we're going to be taking off the 100 chips with one player from each table. Please buy all the chips so we can change it in one time. Thank you.
He has final table this before as Osman as well. Stephen. He has indeed.
So half hour until the first break of the day, just over. Got a few more bust outs for you guys.
No, go
While
on then.
we move into the next hand. So the last one we lost was Young Sao Yoon. Since Young Sao Yoon, we have lost Fraser McIntyre,
No.
Daniel Oliver, Jamie Nixon on his 7th, couldn't get the job done, William Chung, William McClaw, and that is that. Which leaves us with 92 at this moment in time as we get back to the action. Simon shoving here for 12 bigs with the pocket queens. And ace 10 of hearts here for Alex. Pretty close. I think ace jack suited, he'd be putting it in. I think Simon might be electing to fold like all the offsuit aces. Ace 9 or below. We will have some suited ace X in there. I'm sure that we do dominate. But this is a tough spot here for Alex with the ace 10. Can be player dependent as well. Do we think that Simon's going to shove wider or tighter than most? Need to be asking ourselves these questions. But ace 10 here, I think we could see Alex go either way, tower. I think folding's fine, especially with our stack size as well. We're effectively out of the tournament, we're left with 200 chips and we call when we are wrong. And it's so much better to be the player shoving with this stack size rather than calling it off, because then we have the added times that we actually just pick up the pot without getting called, and the times we are called we then obviously have potential to get there with equities running fine pre. However, Roddy will be calling the pocket eights. Probably just going to ISO here, Roddy. No, he's going to fold. 12 big blinds, pocket eights.
Wow. Well, we had a strange one with the 10s.
Wow.
And now just had a strange one with the
How
8s.
does he find that fold? 12 bigs, 8s, and we got 20 bigs. I was just expecting to see an ISO there. Right, Simon's going to shove deuces through 7s here for sure. 12 bigs, deuces through 7s are going to be shoves. There's some hands that we dominate, and wow, how's Simon not got action there?
Making inquiries about getting you onto Sunningdale for a game in July. I'd walk from Edinburgh to play Sunningdale with the clubs on my back. I think it's probably one of the top 5 courses in Britain.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Obviously, you can't just walk on Sunningdale because it's exclusive.
Oh, okay.
Very exclusive.
Tell me 3.3 under the gun.
So we're on a break in 25 minutes, and it'll be a 20-minute break.
How are we doing, Tal? How many players remaining? 92.
92, 92.
So Usman just choosing to flat the jacks here, perfectly fine. We can flat, we can free bet. Versus under the gun open, this deep, maybe not wanting to free bet as much, not wanting to free bet, get 4-bet gun versus cut off. So happy to just peel with position here, Usman, and that's going to bring Tony in the big blind with the 5-3 offsuit. 3-way to the flop.
9-9 flop, 9-6-4.
Yeah, a little bit of action here because we've got Tommy, who's the aggressor here, who may choose to continue this board off 9-6-4 with the 2 overs, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight possibilities, and Usman going nowhere with his overpair, and obviously Tony with an up and down as well, not going to be going anywhere. A well timed check from Tommy, C-bet wouldn't have worked, and over to Usman, who should be just firing here, maybe going to size up as well, closer to like 60% potentially. 3-way here on a fairly wet board texture. Plenty of straight possibilities out there, straight draws, obviously the diamond draws as well. And up to 5k, so actually chooses just over 40% sizing. And the 5-3 just gets out of the way. Defend 5-3 off tower, flopping up and down, getting
get out of the way.
3.5 to 1 on the call, and just check fold.
Did you just want to flop quads?
No, I don't know. How are we doing? Francis, how's it going?
What deep stack did he win? Or was close to, or must have been? He had chips galore. I was looking on the
He's
app.
always got chips somewhere, Francis. He won the Birmingham back in January. I know that.
How did you do last weekend, Francis? I just saw your name at the top of the list all weekend. I didn't see how the result went though. It's not a rub down, by the way. So I actually don't know. Let us know. Will you? You have been playing very well this year. See, Celtic got lucky today against Motherwell.
Yeah, she's fine, thank you.
Yeah.
She's not tuned in yet today, but I think
I know.
she's well. She
I
is.
believe it. Where's Gail?
Right, what was the score?
6-0.
Oh, okay.
6-0.
Oh, yeah, so he was second in the 888, the 1k that we didn't stream the week before.
Oh, right, I see.
Very nice result, Francis. Smashing it this year. It's Vidas with the ace-10 in the low jack, makes it 3.2, and Usman not going anywhere with the 10-9 of spades. Like, can definitely mix in a free bet with this one. Probably prefer free bet in this particular scenario here. Try and get this heads up with position versus Vidas, but he's going to flat, which is perfectly fine as well from Usman. We will be flatting sometimes, mixing in a free bet as well. Nineteenth in Coventry as well, so another cash, and he'll see us in Luton. We'll see you there, Francis. It's going to be a big one, I think, Luton. I think quite a few are actually attending that I've spoke to, so
we'll show you the schedule after this break, after this hand. King 9 king.
Yeah, so Usman flopping best here, finding the 3 outer. Vidas going to continue here on the King 9 board, and Usman's just going to have a clear call, nothing more. Well, 1.6 is the sizing choice from Vidas here, opting for 1 big blind. Like 15% pot here, really small sizing. And because the sizing looks like Usman's going to raise for that reason, and raising for value here is my guess, maybe making the assumption that Vidas isn't going to choose this size with like 10s through aces. May choose the size with a king to try and induce something, but Usman's trying to get some value from worse perhaps there. A quick fold from Vidas.
So Luton looks like this.
There we go.
It's a busy schedule, and it is a 12.50 main event. £1,250 main event. The schedule is superb. There's satellites galore. There's a midi, there's a main, and a mini. There's the high roller, there's a PLO 456, there's all sorts going on. Not too sure what we're streaming on the Wednesday yet, whether it's a cash game or the high roller day 2. Not sure. Oh no, the high roller day 2 is on the Thursday, so it'll be the cash game on the Wednesday. We could do the
mini day 3. I think the mini day 3 would be a great asset to like the stream as well.
Alright, okay,
Like
it starts at 5.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we could do. We'll find out, because is he normally the final table?
Yeah, it's usually always the final. The only time it weren't the final was in Blackpool, but that had 700 odd runners. That's why there was like 14 left coming back for day 3.
Right.
So unless we get extortionate runners in Luton, I'm pretty sure it'll be at the final table.
We will have words, see what they want to do regarding streaming on the Wednesday. Thursday, high roller day 2 will go on late into the evening, and then Friday, day 1B of the main event, Saturday and Sunday as well. The seniors is on at 1 o'clock, but the bounty is on at 4, and it's going to be a mystery bounty. Oh, yes, it is for the first time incorporated into the GUKPT. There will be a mystery bounty, so keep your ears peeled, because we will be giving you more information regarding the mystery bounty, and there will be one at Goliath as well. Six lucky breaks, that's what they got.
Folded to Simon on the button. 6-5 of clubs hit. And in they go for
In they
11
go.
bigs. Alex out of the way. And then Roddy going to be calling the King 10. Button shove here. Like Simon is going to have so many hands. He's going to have all the suited King. Wow, Roddy's folded. 11 big blinds, button shove, King 10. Like suited King Deuce going to be in there all the way through till King 9. He's going to have some 10 Jack. He's going to have some Queen Jack. He's going to have some 10-9. He's going to have pocket pairs. It's just going to be so wide, the hands that Simon shoves there on the button once folded to him for 11 big blinds. Like all his King X is going to be going in. All his Ace X, like so wide. That King 10 is going to be well in front of the hands that Simon's supposed to shove there. 6-5 suited gone in, so like 6-7 suited is going to go in, 6-8 suited, all these hands, 7-9 suited, 8-9 suited. It's just so many hands were in front of there as Roddy, but didn't fancy the call. Was for over half his stack as well, maybe why he didn't fancy it, but gonna live to fight another day, Simon. Not called in that spot.
Absolutely. Afternoon, the cat. Hope you well.
And Madge with the force. How are we doing, Piano Cat? John Conlin says Paul Rigg for the win.
We'll rig it. Yeah. He had a decent stake yesterday.
Tommy flattening the hijack. Chooses to call. Can mix in a free bet with the ace-10 off as well. They're choosing to call on this occasion. And Vida's just going to defend here with the ace-queen. Once more, could have potentially squeezed this spot, but chooses the flat and flops top pair, top kick-up. And match not opting to continue here. Tommy does have a gut shot that checks his option. 8 of hearts on the turn, probably where we're going to see Vida start leading now with his ace-queen. But chooses to check, and it's check through. And an 8 on the end. Now Vida's going for value with his full house. Fires for 10k.
Good fall from the match. And Tommy will get out of the way as well. Vida's building his stack up to 95,000.
And it's bust out time again.
Uh-oh.
So last out was William McClure. After that we've lost Seng Yi Huang, Lloyd Jack, John Bousfield, and Jack Hardcastle's gone as well.
Oh no.
Jack is gone. So that leaves us, guys, with 88 players. There's 15 minutes until we head out on the break.
I know that you haven't been pushed, but it's not my job, mate. I can't do that. I'll die. I apologise. I can promise you this: that table breaks in 1 minute, and then your table will be breaking next after that.
Ace King of Spades for Tommy, making it 3.3. And Roddy here on the button. Sub 20 bigs has to go in. What is going on with Roddy today?
Come on, Roddy, get him in.
What is he up to? He's missed
What's he
about
waiting for?
3 or 4 shove spots or call. It's got to be going in there, has to be, and would have been in a flip situation, but pocket pair, facing an open.
Come on, Roddy. You got fans watching.
It could just be down to some players may not study and know what hands they should be shoving over an open, what hands they should be folding, what hands they should be calling for X amount of big blinds. Like some players just might play in the moment and feel what they want to do, but missed a couple of spots, which is just going to be printing money for us and taking the tighter approach it seems today. Maybe trying to get closer and closer to that money bubble. Usman here, flopping top and bottom. I'm going to fire for 6k into 9, so 2/3 pot choice from Usman. And Tommy just out of the way with the ace king there, and he gets the double as well, Roddy. He gets the double, assuming the river's not an ace or a king. Ace king calls. Clean run out. Just had to fade the ace or the king on the river and would have doubled up there, Roddy. And didn't take the spot.
So, about 14 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. Yeah, a few chip counts at the start of the next level as well.
So blind on blind here. Two of the biggest stacks at the table, Usman and Jason. Usman with ace queen here in the small. Obviously can complete, can raise both options available. If we feel like we've got an aggressive opponent behind us that's going to raise a lot of hands, then we can potentially complete and free bet over their open, but does just choose to open to 5.5, like the sizing choice, bigger than 3x out the small. Seems to do everything right at Usman, well, what you're supposed to do in theory, and I think we will see him make a few deep runs if he supports the tour this year. Called it last year when the first time I saw him on the feature table. I said to Tower, I think this guy's going to get some results in the future.
Yep, you did indeed. Called it.
Pocket fours for Tony, makes it 3.2, and Madge not defending in the big raise and take.
No, it should never be a very natural play.
Out come the cards again. All folding round in turn.
Yeah, King 8 in the cut-off here with having everyone covered behind us. Definitely open this one as Usman. It's folded 2. Jason here. Wow, Jason, what is going on? Cut off open, we've got ace 10 on the button. I was just about to say, probably going to see Jason 3-bet this spot versus an Usman cut off open, but just folds the ace 10. Yeah. Tony is going to defend though for sure with Queen Jack. But surely Jason's got to be continuing there. Ace 10 is just going to be well ahead of cut-off opening range of Usman in that particular spot. I know he's got us covered and he's the only player at the table that does, but got position on him as well. We can also set up that dynamic as well, start putting in some free bets to let him know that we're not going to let him get away with opening the cut-off as wide as he potentially can. Continuing on Queen 4 deuce, 2 spades for 3.5, and Tony here, top pair, just going to call and see some turns. Which is the 7 of spades. It does bring in a flush draw for Usman, but only 8 high with the 8 of spades in his hand.
I guarantee you, more than me,
Check from Tony. Usman checking behind. It looks black.
It is 4 of clubs.
It's not a spade. Queen Jack of Tony gets the check mark and decides to check it into Usman, assuming checking to call. Could potentially lead this spot as well, but maybe trying to induce something from his opponent. Usman says, I'm all in. So just applying the maximum pressure here, like looks like Tony could definitely just have like a deuce here, some weaker Queen X type holdings. We got the 8. We make the assumption as well, like the best hand he's ever going to have here is a Queen. 4x probably going to lead, spade draw is probably going to lead, so we make that assumption that the best hand he can have here is a Queen and just put maximum pressure on it. And well played Usman there, getting Tony off of the Queen Jack. So guys, a few more bust outs after
we got now
Jack Hardcastle. We lost Rob Franks, Kai Hamilton,
Rob's gone.
Catherine Farquhar, James Parker, John Lynch, and that brings us to 83 players.
83 from 124.
$38 places getting paid AMC. What's happened to the featured table flags? They're there, Jim, on the right. You can see them next to the name.
Yeah, I think when the chip counts go up in the middle at the end of every hand.
Oh, like that, okay.
The Scotland flag's not been added. They're not being added onto the chip counts. $164. You add them, they look good. They're missing, people recognise it. See?
I'll take that to me.
Another one bites the dust. Paul McCauley is out. Which brings us down to 82.
That's what I said, I can't lose. So now they're going to stop
Yeah, I didn't even realise it, to be fair, either, Jim. But yeah, I'm noticing it now. When it does come up, flag's not there next to the names, but
Yep.
we're getting there. We didn't even have a Scottish flag yesterday.
That's it, we didn't.
And it's going to be a 20-minute break, guys, so we're going to be back at 10 to 3. And on break in just under 5 minutes, so probably 3-4 more hands. As it provide us here with the Ace King under the gun +1. Making it 3.2. So Manches in the hijack, and Alex here. Been very card dead this session. Haven't really seen him pick up a hand. He had the ace 10 of hearts, which he folded to correctly to the 12 big blind shove. Other than that, been pretty dead, old Alex in seat 6.
He has. This could be a big one. Not now. King 5 deuce. Ace King Vidus hits the lead against Madge in seat number 2.
Yeah, Vidus mixing in a check.
Oh my days!
Wow.
What a turn card.
Vidus checking twice as well, so
Yeah.
he is so under-repped here. And now Madge going to fire for 3.4. Right, it's just going to check call. Using minimum at the moment.
Drawing dead.
Yep, top pair, top kicker, you're loving life, and unbeknownst to you, you've got 0% equity within the pot. So 9 of clubs on the river. So Vidas has checked, guys. We're waiting for.
Yeah.
So it's in a match. And Vidas sees the pocket jacks, and that pot could have been very.
It wasn't check, it was check call.
Literally
I
lost.
don't know what the bet was.
Lost minimum there. Did Vidas. The way he's played the hand, he's literally lost bare min. If he bets flop, if he goes bet, it's
8.3.
Wow, lost volume.
so a bit of a cooler and losing minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing a different game now, Vidas. Now he's got the chips. Could be on to the last break of the day. 2 minutes left until the end of the session.
Last break of the day,
Last break of the day. First break of the day.
Right guys, we're one got just count the watch and let's change them up and see that, okay? We do bets 1,000, you're one. At 1,000, big man is on. Obviously, you probably keep yours just without flags.
That's the best part, you know. One play, you still call, you know.
It's calling the flop, there's only one over here.
So this is likely to be the last hand if we go post flop. Minute left on the clock. So Tommy makes it 3.2, and Simon out the way on the button with the king 10 off. Alex going to do the same in the small, and Roddy should shove. It's just slam dunk this one tower, but he's missed 2 spots already, and this time he is going to take it and going to get the quick fold from Tommy. If Tommy folds now, we will get another hand. If he waits 30 seconds, we won't get another hand. So he's going to fold now, get one more hand in.
Yeah, Alex sits back down again. Because we will be getting one more hand in.
So here we go.
Everybody else is moving away. Big TR still in. Danny Ryder going along nicely. Everybody else folding in turn. They're on the 20. Is it 20 or 22?
20, I believe, so 20 today. We're back at just after 10-2, guys.
We are indeed.
All in from Simon, last hand of the session. Alex with the pocket 3s here. Probably just going to wait and until we're back after the break. And
he's
going to put it in.
They're in.
Alex is going to put them in.
We're going to see
7 bigs.
Yeah,
We've got a
Linus
shot.
gets out of the way with the king 4. So Alex Montgomery is at risk. The last hand of the session against Simon. 2 relative short stacks. Putting it all up. Last hand of the sesh. Aberdeen on its way, by the way. A lot of golf coming up in the break. Please watch.
Oh, little 3 on the flop for Alex.
Oi, the Montgomery. Run like Montgomery.
Well, just fading a 7, and Alex will double.
And does.
Woo! So, double up for Alex, last hand of the session. We are back at 10-2, guys. New featured table. We will see you then.
Aberdeen on its way. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, so it's sun shining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdeen. There's Aberdeen. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done 1 million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play Enjoy It with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is the first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Play for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water.
Hey, so.
What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days. That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole on Madonna. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Put in for birdie.
You good for the half?
No way. Oh.
There we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his 2 now.
Tell you what.
2 is only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for 3.
Good half, good half.
In for 3. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. So this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Edinburgh. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Aberdeen. We're walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, half an hour. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole too though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Come on, Johnny boy. Oh, we're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we did commented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods. Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up, go down the hill.
Oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's it's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, wow. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right. Thought you were going for it. No. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining, and I mean it's pishing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left. How is that on the green?
It's on the left fringe, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3 wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3 wood apparently, so.
I have a 3 wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, that's still the same ball. It's just that. Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not. It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is. Been an amazing day. We've played alright between us in this weather.
Weather's been great.
186 straight down there, but that's the view. I know it's raining, and I know it's cloudy, and I know it's supposed to be different in the sunshine. So there's a hole down there. There's the coastline, and yes, it's raining, but I'm not really cared with it. Great day. Come on then, young man. What club you got? What club you got? 7? 187? That's 7-9? Right.
Downwind.
Jeez.
It runs like mad.
7-9. Here we go. Last tee shot, Aberdeen 2022 championships.
This will run more than Mo Farah does.
Come on.
Last 2 times I played this one, I've lost a ball right.
It's literally street doom. Here we go. 18th. Oh, he's drawn it in as well. I tell you what, I know he's...
It was the right club.
It was the right club. I better get me 7 then.
Here we go. Second last shot of the day, Phil.
Oh, dreams are made of them kind of things. Dreams are made. 7-9 apparently.
Well, that's I'll just move the camera left a bit.
Pin high.
Then high. A few prongs of trees.
Well, we didn't even manage to far on the 18th, but you know what? That was outstanding. Aberdeen, Johnny Scott. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be checking forecast next time I come. And hopefully we have better weather. But stunningly beautiful. We played alright. Loved coming to Aberdeen. We will be back. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Hey. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, it's been sunshining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdeen. There's Aberdeen. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play, enjoy it, with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is the first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Playing for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they say. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water. What's yours, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing.
Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days. That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole on Aberdour. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Put in for birdie. No way! Oh! How good was that? Aberdour Golf Course. Absolutely stunning. I mean, proper stunning. Really, really good. So we are just about to start the next session. Yeah, thanks to Johnny Scott, who invited me to Aberdour. Invited us. Jay were feeling under the weather, but so no, nice one, Victor. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Shame about the weather. Shame about the weather, but it did stop, to be fair. It stopped for about eight holes it stopped for. And then the last 3 or 4 holes it absolutely peeled out again. But great course. Glad you enjoyed it, Victor. We did some at North Berwick on Tuesday, but that wasn't as good. Wasn't as good footage because I had to do it on my phone because I thought I broke the video cam. But I hadn't. I just forgot to unopen the lens cap. I thought I broke it, but there you go. So I did some on my phone, but it was blowing 30 miles an hour on Tuesday, which was just insane. But I thought Aberdour, Johnny Scott, for inviting us. Great clubhouse, great people in the clubhouse. Proper enjoyed it. So we are just about to come back and give you a list of players. Oh, there's that one.
Yeah. Oh, do they have you need Jack, do they? Oh, do they?
Season I'm going to change it Wednesday.
Oh, really? Thanks for that. Played GUKPT Edinburgh.
So here we go. First hand. Is that Chris Wood? It is. Woody. Sat in seat number 1. 2. It's Craig Smith. Matt Davenport in 3. Cal, seat 4 is empty. 5, Gary Armstrong. Nigel in 6. 7 is Masood Eterandiri. The Spand, Andy Back. And James ran in seat number 9. So there we go. The shot over the beach, was it a few takes or what? No, absolutely not. first shot, and because he kept shouting in, zoom in, and where's the zoom? It actually hit the flag and rolled over the hole. It scraped the flag as it rolled past it.
Still a birdie though. It's like hard to make a birdie.
No. Missed the birdie putt coming back from about 8 foot. Devastated I was. I was nearly in tears. Nearly quit the day. But no, there were no editing on that, as you could tell on the 7th when I put one straight about 10 yards in front of me. Played to 11 though. Played to 11 on the day, which was good.
Oh God, Craig's got chunks. Craig Smith, 350,000 chips at this stage.
What's the value of the red chip? 25.
Hey, you keep it to yourself. I'll just check it. Come on.
A 974. Gary raises under the gun +2 with a 9-7 off. Woody defending the ace-8 in the big. King 10-6 rainbow, the flop. So it should be continuing here. Gary shouldn't be opening this hand, but if we do, this is a board we're going to want to see bet on. We've got 9 high, we've got gut shot to the nuts, and it's a king high board, good for our range, but doesn't choose to continue. Opts to check this one behind. It's not Gary in the pot, that makes sense. It's Nigel in the pot, so 9-7 isn't the hand in question here. That makes a lot more sense.
Well, he's just realised.
Yeah.
Just realised the wrong person's in the hand. Would you like to be watching Celtic beat his team 6-0?
Carl Davis, how are we doing?
Butchered a hand.
Hi guys, how are you? Is Paul Green still in on the way to win, on his way to win the mini and the main back to back? Yes, Paul Green is still in the mix. We will let you know about bust outs as they come. Theon is out. He was one of the first bust outs today. John.
So Mr. Matt Davenport, who is the NPL leader, I'll show you the leaderboard for the NPL during the day as well.
Already had a cash this week in the PLO.
Yes, final tabled.
Line on blind here. Line on blind. Gary has opened this time. King 7 suited. Makes it 4K. And Craig defending the 8-9 off. Oh, smashes it.
10-9-6, all spades, boom.
Gary redraw it as a straight flush as well, flopping the second up flush, and going to get some action here as well because Craig with the 8-9 here. And maybe a bit of a live tell there. I don't know. I see it a lot. Like he's made a point there of making sure that Craig would see him rechecking his hole cards, maybe to make it look like he has one spade in his hand. And you see some people do that sometimes, acting like they're checking for a spade when really they flop the flush, but they make it really obvious as well. Like don't look for it, go for a little discreet squeeze. Like they make it really obvious that it looks like they're spade checking. And Gary just folds on the second barrel on the turn. Craig just folds to the second barrel on the turn, even picking up double gutter. And Cal's come over to join us in the seat 4.
Cal Morial.
5th in the mini main this week. Number 2 makes it 4K in the low jack, and Span here going to be coming along with the 7/8 of clubs in the high jack. Matt Davenport with the King 7 off is out the way. Interesting there as well for Matt being leader of the National League. Like a min cash for him is massive, getting the cash in the main event just for the points.
Yeah, because that's the point. That's the difference this year, isn't
exactly,
it?
Yeah,
the difference this year is you've got to cash to get the points.
So it's interesting to see if Matt's still in when we get near to the bubble. Like in theory, he should be just tightening up and folding almost any two and trying to nick them points. It's a 40k package up for grabs at the end of the year.
Yep. Quickly show you the MPL that we said we'd show you during the breaks in play. Matt Davenport, and as Jay said yesterday, the difference between first and third at this stage of the year is huge.
Yeah.
It's a massive difference.
The difference between first and third is more points than fifth's got all year. That's the difference between first and third. It's a huge jump.
Yeah. And Matt has a big lead at the minute. Bouncy.
Always there.
Last 4 years, this is the 4th season on the trot.
If anyone needs to get in touch with Bouncy and he's not picking up his phone, turn up to any day 2 on a GUKPT and you will find him. Honestly, that's what I always say. You need to get in touch with Bouncy. Yeah. Rock up to a day 2, he'll be there. He will be there, I promise.
Brilliant.
I still have this theory, he just appears when you're on the bubble as well. Like, I don't see him in tournament, I look around on the bubble like looking who's still in, and he just appears from nowhere, like a magician. Woody, cut off, ace queen. Nice one to look down to. Makes it 4.5.
So do you think the point difference in the National League is because it's cashing only and not just turning up these days? That's the difference.
Is it just live events this year, or is it online as well? Is it still online, the National League?
Yeah, closes the closes part of it, which we've got tickets for tonight.
Yeah, we've got 2 to give
after
away.
the dinner. We'll have one after the dinner break, and then one at the session after that as well. And I've got the best question ever already set out for you.
I think I've got one for you as well. We've both got our questions ready, I think.
What we do is we do Tower thinks and Jay thinks, because it's the best way to do it, because we don't want to do fingers on the buzzer quickest and all that because of internet connections and that. So we've got a Tower thinks and we've got a Jay thinks question after the dinner break for £110. Close a token for 1 in each session after the dinner break.
4 is for James here in the low jack, and Woody with the ace king suited here. Should be 3 bets in this one. We'd happily 3 bet get this in versus James stack size at 26 bigs with ace king suited. So it does make it 15.5 on the large size here. Veering towards 4x, and James just getting out of the way with a force.
So Craig 338, Cal 134.
7s for span, making it 4.5, and James here working now with 24 big blinds with the ace queen. Could potentially just move in here, especially versus a spanned open. Just going to get a lot of folds. They're going to 3-bet call, choosing to 3-bet to 11k. 2.5 XIs in from James. Is James Ryan Scottish? I never knew that. I always thought he was an Englishman. Yeah, and now James will actually save his tournament because this is an easy fold now once Gary moves in with a cold 4-bet rip there. And just knowing that it's never going to be ace-jack, knowing that we're flipping at best, and a lot of the time when you see that it's just going to be weighted towards ace-king. So James making the correct laydown.
Just tell me. You tell me, go ahead, then I'll tell you.
And ace queen.
There's no point lying at this stage.
Seed open, 5-6. What was that?
Kerry Reese.
Oh no, just heard it. I've not seen Kerry either.
Yeah.
Kerry Reese. Oh,
And just
little
before,
Welsh Kerry.
just before that, we lost Robbie Ball, Graham Williams, and Simon Chan, who we saw on the featured table just before that.
Oh, Simon got his short stack in then, did he?
So we're down to 78 tower.
Oh, Kerry Reese, I've not even seen him this weekend. How many players have we not seen? Oh, easier. Oh, easier. Oh, easier.
To be fair, we've got no reason to go in there, have we, Tal? We've got a door here that takes us straight to the bar. We don't have to go in the poker
Absolutely.
room. We don't see any faces.
And then 8 pints later we can't see anyone.
Yeah. So, like, once again here, Nigel missing a spot. This has to be a shove here. It's a button open. We've got pocket 8s. We've got 20 big blinds. It's a dream spot for us. We can just move in with the 8s, and we're just going to pick up the open and the blinds most of the time, which is great for us. But chooses to just flat the 8s here. And it's crazy. Like, even when we're last, like, just sub 80 left in the tournament. And it's incredible how many players just still aren't taking pretty standard shove spots. So check on the flop. Like Gary's decision to check this 10x hit. A really nice turn card for him, making it less likely our opponent has a king. So if it's checked to us now as Gary, probably going to be value betting, but looks like Nigel's going to lead here with pocket 8s.
Should be a call from Gary.
Yeah, will be a call. Nothing more, Tower. Getting 3.5 to 1 in his money.
And a 7 of hearts on the river. Check mark. Going to Gary.
Yeah, Nigel probably happy to check now, just hoping to get to showdown. And it goes check.
And 10 will win.
And the 8's no good for Nigel. So Nigel down to 32k. If he just shoves like we're supposed to, we'd have about 48. So a bit of a difference there. Just general rule of thumb, guys, like accept aces and kings, even queens sometimes. Button open, cut off open. If you're sitting there in the small or the big and you've got a pocket pair and you've got 20 bigs or less, in it goes. It's as simple as that. You're just going to be well ahead of the opening range of cut off and button, and just so much better to pick up raise, blinds and ante. And then the times we are called, obviously sometimes we might be flipping, we can get there and we're behind. got a problem with just flattening out of position there. Sometimes we get bluffs, sometimes our opponent gets to realise their equity with a hand that they'd be folding to our 3-bet shove. Jack 9 off here for Matt. Go on the blades, says Hods Podkins.
Big game, championship, playoffs have just started.
So Callegro's not in this hand, guys. Action Tracker's got him down as in the hand, but it's definitely not. Matt's open to 4K.
No cards.
And Span's defended in the big blind. So flops check through, 3, 5, 6, 2 clubs, ace of clubs on the turn. Matt might choose to fire on this card. But it's the ace of clubs on the turn, guys. This hand's a bit of a write-off, but expect Matt to fire here with Jack High on this potential turn card. And we can have the strong ace-X as the opener. It's not going to work because Span's got the 7-4 here, which is the straight and has the check mark. But really good check from Span as well, understanding that this card's going to hit Matt. And the times that it doesn't, he's going to represent it a fair amount of the time. So Matt firing for 5.5. Action back on Span here, Callegro not in the pot. Span just sets Matt in, and a snap fold from Matt, who was drawing dead. One 0 Forest.
There we go.
Sports reporter coming in.
1-0 Forest.
That's all I want to hear when I got Sheffield United in my bet.
Did you back United, did you?
Yeah. Done the old treble that someone put in the chat. So Cal opening low jack here with the A6, and Gary finds the kings in the hijack. 3 bets to 12k. It should be a fairly quick fold from Cal. Cal is out the way. Gary over the 100k mark. Pocket 10s for Craig under the gun. Raises 2-4. Gary here in the low jack, ace deuce of clubs. Suited ace listed, probably happy to kill. Like some of the time low frequency, might choose the 3-bet this one versus under the gun open of Craig. But on this occasion looks like Gary's just happy to flat. And Nigel here, Jack 10 suited with 16 bigs. He's going to come along for the ride as well, see if he can catch a piece off of his short stack and go with it. Fold around to Woody in the big blind. Who has the ladies? So Woody here, 40 bigs. We're going to be bumping this one up for sure, not wanting to go 4-way here with queens out of position. Somewhere over the 20, or around 20k here, what I expect to see. Going to be a nice large 5x sizing with an open call in a call. Could even go even bigger. Goes for 17.5. So over 4x here. And Craig with the pocket 10s here. Not loving life here as Craig. Like Woody's probably going to flat 9s and 8s here. So from Craig's perspective, like after we've opened gun, there's been 2 calls, and Woody chooses to 3-bet here out the big blind. And out the big blind, it's rare that people have too many 3-bet bluffs in this spot. Like an ace-5 suited would just flat, a king queen is probably just going to flat versus the gun open. And Craig realising that and making a very tidy lay down there with the pocket 10s, only losing 2 big blinds, 10s versus queens. And action back on Nigel here with a jack 10 of spades. Who says I'm all in, and Woody's going to make the call, and Nigel's going to see the bad news, especially with 2 10s in the muck as well, Tower.
Yeah, Nigel needs a lot of help. Oh, a royal flush. There's a little ripple. Somebody's just shouted on the outer table. Can't believe somebody's lost.
Oh!
Oi, 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 what a flop. Pick a flop, would you, with 10 jack of spades as your holding cards. That'll be it.
7 queen or spade now. And it's dead on the turn. And just the jack 10 getting the double up. And very unfortunate for Woody. Gets it in so good. And Nigel there, fortunate, up to 75k. Jack 10 of spades does the job.
Apocalypse says that's why Jack 10's his favourite hand.
Lee Holt, how much on average do you think each player spends a year if they have 1 bullet at every GUKPT?
Well, interestingly, if you had, we'll show you the loon schedule, and Jay will tell you how much it's going to cost if you played every event once.
2022 schedule we'll go with.
Yeah.
I'll say average buy-ins at 1k because obviously we've got the 750s and the 1250s plus a couple of 1k. So just say average buy-in 1k, 10 legs total, probably 10 bag. That's the best way to do it.
If that's just the main event.
Yeah, if it's just the main event, if they have 1 bullet every GUKPT main event.
If you play the side events as well, play the mini and the main and the midi and what have you.
Yeah, every event I'll probably need a pen and paper to go through every single one this year that's on the tour. It's hard to make a straight and a flush apocalypse. Very hard to make a straight and a flush. It was in pretty bad shape, the Jack 10 in that spot.
Queen, King, 6 all clubs. Top 2 for Woody. Checked all the way around. 8 of hearts on the turn.
Literally, apocalypse, like, best way to put it for you, Jack 10 suited versus queens without that suit's probably about the same as like aces versus 5s, like aces versus a pair lower than it. They're probably going to have just sub 20% equity. Yep. That's not accounting for dead cards, so you are going to be in pretty bad shape with Jack 10 of spades against some hands, even worse against jacks. Effectively, equity-wise, that hand, queens versus Jack 10 suited, was just like a pair versus a pair. They're going to have just sub 20%. So Cow under the gun with the king queen, going to raise to 4.5. Cal's been having a lot of deep runs in the side events on the tour over
done well this year.
Yeah, over the last 6 months, a lot of deep runs in sides, but hasn't had a deep run, real deep run in a main, I don't believe yet. So maybe Edinburgh could be his time. That here 7-8 suited. Going to be clicking in an extra big to see a flop, see if we can catch a decent enough piece to go with.
Here's King Jack, 2 clubs.
Okay, small bet, quick fold from that. Viking says Jack 10, even more. But yeah, short deck, completely different game. Equities work so different in that because obviously.
Is it 7 to ace?
Deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s out the deck. Jack 6 off in that game is the 7 deuce.
Right.
And Gary says Cal's going to win one for sure. Don't make you wrong, Gary. I think if he gets a deep run and runs well like you need to in certain spots, then definitely potential there. These 2 are diamonds for Nigel. Doesn't choose to open the suited ace. Needs room for Masood to come in and makes it 4k under the gun +2. And Cal in the big blind here, 4.5 to 1 on a call. Going to be defending fairly wide, and ace 10 is going to be in that. So King Queen suited for Masood, ace 10 for Cal. Both players catch a piece here. Top pair up and down for Masood, and Cal with bottom pair and a Broadway draw. So gonna be check calling once here for sure with our ace 10.
Six of diamonds on the turn.
So Masood's still best here and not choosing to go for another straight. Comes the Queen of Hearts on the river here. Cal now going to lead here with his Broadway. I wouldn't mind seeing a check here from Cal, but it's actually a well-timed lead because on this occasion Masood would have probably checked back the top 2, so potentially can get value here. But reason why it could be good to check this spot, like it's a board where Masood is the undergun +2 opener. He's going to have a whole host of ace-x here, and the times he doesn't, he may be inclined to bluff this spot versus us in the big blind. So sometimes we can bluff out of our opponent trying to represent that ace-x when we're sat there with it. Now Masood's got to think about hands that he's beating still. You've got to remember that Cal's called flop here. Like, what hands are we actually ahead of? The heart's complete, the straight draw's complete. We need Cal specifically to have like a Queen X suited here, like a Queen 4 of clubs that's called flop with an up and down and turning his Queen into a bluff. Or maybe even like a Jack with the same story, like floated, called flop a second pair, realises that he's not going to be good at showdown and choosing to bluff. So Masood basically needs that to happen to be good in this spot. So it's not a spot you expect Cal to lead because it's meant to be our board with the ace being Broadway, but it does make a good laydown there, Masood.
75 players left in the mix. Snowmen for Woody.
We're locked in, Chris, unfortunately. But you know, watching the FA Cup final for us might catch a bit on our dinner break, but locked in 12 hours a day, Tara and I, in this room.
We are indeed.
Watching the stream, bringing the coverage.
No TVs in the room, we're all blocked in.
We got 2 pictures on the wall. I don't know who that is actually, Taki, up here.
No.
No.
Old female actresses.
Okay.
Oh, they should have a little name on in the bottom right hand corner, but they don't. So. So we're on 75.
Gary's been fairly slow from what I've seen first half hour or so of this session. 3 bet in the pocket 9s here, and Woody making a good discipline lay down with the pocket 8s, gets out of the way. Yes, probably up there, Mick the Mod as a chip leader. Craig, 327k is an enormous stack at this stage of the day. Working with 16x starting. Woody, another one we can open here, ace queen in the low jack.
4.5.
I suppose it's a 4.5. Action going to be on the big blind. Nigel 6 deuce suited. Suited hand, we can make a straight with it. Probably going to peel here, heads up, getting this price.
Heads up to the flop. Queen 9-3.
Lovely flop here for Woody. Top pair, top kick up. Which is going to be check bet fold, I believe. Only go too large on this board, Woody. You can go between quarter and third, somewhere between 3 and 4k. What I'd like to see. It's 3.5k, exactly in between 3 and 4k. Nigel just going to get out of the way here. Nothing we can do. Just on to the next hand.
So Matt down at 8 bigs, Craig on the other hand, 163 bigs as chip leader.
Woody with another hand. Wow, didn't open the Queen 10 of diamonds. Maybe thinking he's opened the last 2 pots in a row, and maybe thinks that with Matt there and his short stack could potentially shove light over his open, and Matt's actually put it in. So well timed fold from Woody. This would have been in a dominated spot and probably would have had to call it off with 2 big blinds invested and 8 big blind jam. And Matt gets that one through, puts him back over 20k.
And starting stack.
So some more news coming in from around the room.
Go on then.
Let's see who we have lost. So last one was it Kerry Reese? I believe it was. Since then we have lost Darren Naylor. We have lost FP, Thomas Riley, Gary Bertram, And that brings us up to now, when we have 74 remaining.
74, 38 get the money.
And Woody letting ace 10 go as well. Okay, we're going to open the 5-6 suited from the hijack, makes it 4.5. And Nigel here now, after his double up, not too many bigs to do shoving a pair. Probably just happy to kill this one on the button versus Cal's hijack open and go post. What are the payouts? 38 get paid. There is 65k up top.
There's the top 10. 65,190, 45,580 for second, and 27,660 for third. Final table 4.4, and if you bubble the final table, 4,090. And strolling across the bottom, the ticket for the whole entries of the buy-ins, 390 players. Amazing turnout.
So Cal flopping up and down here on 774 rainbow. Oh, imagine a 3 on the turn, that would be fireworks. 3.5 into 14. So 25% here from Cal. Nigel going to call once with his freeze in position. And Cal, instant service, gets there the right way. Didn't want to get there the bottom end, I'll tell you that. Now just going to double barrel. And this is probably where we're going to see Nigel relinquish the threes. Like, we can have the best hand here some of the time, as with the threes, but I just hate calling these spots with like under pairs to a paired board, simply because we've got 6 outs to counterfeit us, and then our opponent, even they got 2 overcards, they're going to have 6 outs of them 2 overcards, so they're still going to have well over 30% equity against us, even if we are in front here. And then the times that we're behind, we're literally drawing to 1 out. A lot of the time we're drawing to 1 out, 2 outs, sorry, 2 outs. So usually you're going to have around 80%, 8%, or could have 70% favourite. And did Nigel shove?
Nigel has shoved.
What on earth?
Nigel shoved. And Cal snapped.
What have I just seen, Tower?
The end of Nigel.
That is a present for Callegro. That is gift wrapped. How did he just rip the freeze there?
Whoa. Okay. Do you want to bring the waters back?
35 big
after
stack.
you've just gone and washed your face.
Yeah. Has he got somewhere to be? Maybe.
He's double parked outside.
He might have tickets for the final. Flying there now. Got to catch his flight. Get there for half time. Yeah, that's some. I don't really have much explanation of why we'd ever rip the freeze there. I don't think we ever should, and I don't think many of you would. But like, if we really have some sort of read and we think Cal may be at it, then maybe just call with position. But that was. He free bet called it off. Oh, I'm going back to watch this. I don't even know how I missed it because I was just talking and.
He was in the zone.
Gary making it 4K with the King Queen, and James is all in for 15 bigs out of the big blind. I'm just watching this back now, guys. The hand he did raise, called it off. What on earth? That makes it even worse. Oh my word! We're gonna raise fold. Don't raise call. Oh wow! That's a mental hand. What is Nigel up to? Tried the bluff and then got it stuck back in his face and found the call with the freeze on a rainbow board. Like, Cal can't have a bluff, can he? That is a pretty mental hand, guys. Nigel out the door. Just before we lost Nigel, we lost Neil Feenan and Martin Kopernicki. So that leaves us with 70, 7-0. Moment of madness, maybe, Chris. I was just expecting him to fold. I was really thinking about the next hand, and yeah, obviously, yeah, he did 4-bet shove the 10, Jack 10 suited with no fold equity earlier too. Craig opening under the gun with the Queen Jack off, and Cal calling him with the King Queen.
6-6-2 flop.
Check, check.
Checkity, checkity, check. Paint, it's a jack. Jack of spades on the turn for Craig in seat number 2.
At 15 minutes to go of the level, guys. Take us into level 4 of the day. We're down to the last 70 players. Money bubbles at 38. Sheffield United 2-1 up yet.
That's the thing about having a treble at all different times.
Yeah, I know. Boris could have had a 5. So King 9 on the button for James Rand, makes it 4K. And Craig with the 10-8 in the big, should be defending. A little bit of action here. Got top pair versus up and down. Top pair for James, up and down for Craig. Half pot sizing from James on the 9-7-3-2 club board. 5.5 into 11. And Craig not going to be going anywhere here with the 10-8. Both options available to him here. Maybe might start preferring to check raise the 10-8 with a club in it, so he can plausibly rep some club runouts as well. but wouldn't be a problem with raising this one here for sure. And does just raise and set James all in, and James is going to make the call.
Indeed he does. So 50-50.
Yeah. Full 11 outs twice for Craig here to bust James Rand.
Seven pairs.
Fade in 6s, 10s and jacks.
And does get a double.
So James Rand doubles up.
Down to the button. Muddy with the Queen 4.
What kind of club you looking for?
I was going to Scotland, isn't it? That's my first time.
Is it? Probably the last bit.
And walk for cow with the King Queen of Hearts.
Apocalypse is getting excited. He said Forest should be winning 6-0.
That's always what you want to hear when you got Sheffield United in a bet.
Yep. So blinds 1,000, 2,000. How many are we down to, Jay?
Oh, let's see.
Come on, give us some bad news for somebody in the room.
No, since we lost Nigel on our featured table, we haven't lost anyone. So that means we have 70 still. 70 left. King Jack 6, 2 diamond board. Continue from Craig, gets it through.
Matt Davenport still on 8 bigs. 4 o'clock side event, give you numbers of that when they come through. So Craig in seat 2, 306,000 with the red chips at 25 in front of his stack, and the new chips 25,000 chips.
Makes it 4. No reason to take for Craig Rasool, defending the 10-6 of spades for 4.5 and under the call heads up. Maybe a little bit too tight. More on the tighter side, doesn't like to put his chips in light.
We got Joey.
Oh, what have we got here?
You like Tim Hortons?
Oh,
Ice cappuccino.
come here, come bring him round. Look at this.
I promise you them.
Look at this.
But I didn't get a ticket for the closer.
Ladies and gentlemen, ice cappuccinos from Tim Hortons, as we said. There was a bet, weren't there? Jack Hardcastle. Wow.
The only thing I've done, I've forgotten, there's 5 of you.
To be fair, the boss has gone home.
He's gone.
That's it.
Thank you very much, young man.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Welcome.
You're amazing.
And I'll not be able to get a closer ticket because I'm here.
You will. You still enter online tonight. We're doing another one. If you watch the stream on your phone or something, you could still win one.
We'll see what we can do. That's it. He's left the phone in the car.
It's not till after the dinner break though when we do the giveaway.
He's left the phone at Tim Hortons.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's amazing. Tim Hortons.
Let's have a look. What are they all the same?
Ice cappuccino from Tim Hortons.
I don't know if I've ever had ice cappuccino.
Well, you will do in about 30 seconds.
Ice latte.
What's the difference?
Well, I'm about to find out, Tower.
There you go. There's the score. There's the ice cappuccino. Jack Hardcastle had a bet with Ewan McNicholas yesterday and said, have you ever had an iced coffee? And an iced cappuccino from Tim Hortons is one of my favourite drinks. So there we go. We've just had a delivery. We love our fans and our viewers. Amazing. Love them to bits. Well, that's amazing.
You're going to be buzzing at the end of the day. On the break, guys, Chow was like, I might have a coffee. I've not had a coffee all week, so he had a coffee on the break, and now he's going to get this in the system as well. A7 for Cal makes it 4.5. Flop of 8-7-4, 2 clubs. Nice board to potentially mix in some checks on, as Cal's going to be very good for James as the defender out of the big blind. He's going to have the nut advantage with 6-5, he's going to have the 2 pair combos. And sometimes we can put ourselves in a bit of a spot when we choose to bet and we get raised. And James is a very good player, he'll understand ranges and how this is meant to be his board. So with 2 overs and the backdoor clubs, might be thinking about it, but going to float instead, getting 6-1, or 5-1. And potentially could even lead this turn here, James. Could be a potential lead spot for us after floating the flop. Just having an understanding of how we're going to have a lot more straights here than Cal. Check, check. 6 of spades. on the river here.
Carl with a check mark if we get to the showdown.
Thing is, James can't think king high is good here. And it is our board out the big blind here. And he is going to go for it. So, James could have a 6 here, he could have a 5, he can value bet boats. So he's going to have a whole host of 6x defending out the big blind, as well as 5x, same scenario. What are the bluffs here? He's probably going to check all his 4x and 7x, just hoping that ace high, king high is checked behind. So bluffs are going to be clubs, 10-9, jack-9, jack-10. They're literally the main bluffs here that James can have in this spot. 10-9, jack-9, jack-10. That's going through Cal's head. He can also have some clubs. Cal does have a club blocker though, although it's kind of irrelevant having this 7 of clubs in our hand as Cal, because if James had the 7 of clubs he'd be checking his 7x, so it's a bit of a gross spot here for Cal. These are the difficult spots where our opponent can plausibly have plenty of bluffs and plenty of value, and Cal makes the call and James says king high, and the a7 of Cal is good. Nice hero from him on the end there, and up to 234k. Really sweet these though, Tower.
Yeah, this one is.
So much for his diet, Jay. I think it's the other way around, Tim. I think the weight Tower's lost the last couple of months. He gave it to me. No golf this year for me. Yes. Miss it. Miss it. The blind's going up after this hand. And then one more level will take us to the hour dinner break. Blind on blind here. James in the small. Completed. And Woody going to raise it up here with the ace 10 of diamonds, makes it 6k. James completed to call here with the queen 9. And both players miss, however. Woody probably happy to fire this one with this ace 10 of diamonds. Literally got so many good turn cards for our hand, can just take it down now. And as well as that, in a blind on blind situation, we'll sometimes have the best of it here with ace 10 height. Don't need to go too large, 3-4k, should be perfectly fine. So 4.5 into 14, so a little bit less than third. I think that should be the end of it, Tower. I'm not sure James is going to be floating here. Queen 9 suited with backdoor flush draw probably would mix in the float, but
No.
wow.
It's
Check
raised to
raise.
15.
Interesting. Good thing about this board as well, actually, there are plenty of like gut shots, like 8-6 is a double gutter. Sorry, not 8-6. A double gutter here? No, 10-8 gut shot, 10-9 gut shot, 8-6 gut shot, 5-6 is the up and down. Like, there are plenty of hands that James can have, but he's actually just got this random queen eye airball here with some backdoor straight possibilities and the over to the board, and does get Woody to fold the best of it. So fair play to James Run there. Probably would have just snapped muck myself versus Woody's bet that found the check raise and got Woody to fold the best hand. So a couple more exits. Junji Su, Paul Simmons, Mark Wilson, HL.
Mark Wilson.
Yep.
Another one I've not seen this week.
67 remain tower, 30 spots, well 29 off the money. So this has to go in for Matt. 8 bigs under the gun, ace 9, and there's the shove. Got the last one through, did Matt? Can he get this one through? That's what he's got to do, get a shove through an orbit, keep afloat.
Absolutely.
Span's not calling deuces. I hope Span's not calling deuces. Craig with pocket 8s for Matt is called, but he likes what he sees. 2 overs, both live.
Off we go. Does Matt survive and carry on his run in the MPL? Not at the minute.
Needs some help. No runners, so ace or 9. It's the only way out of this one for Matt Davenport to the turn. So 10 on the turn. So about to lose Matt unless he can find an ace or 9.
Oh, top of the MPL.
Ace from space on the river, and Matt Davenport lives to fight another day. Right smile there from Andy Back, who's third in our National League, knowing that probably anti-railing Matt in that hand, wanted him to not double. Hello, Barry.
Absolutely. $38 get the money going across the bottom, the payout structure and the prizes for this event.
Yeah, blinds are now up, guys. The 1k, 2.5k. There's Spam raise and take with the ace 8 of clubs. Matt not defending the 9-3.
To the other table, Craig in seat number 2.
It's up to 110, is that like that? It didn't have many last time, so no. Fold. Fold. actually did get one double act on it. So.
Yeah, you got a double. He would have. If he would have pushed, you got to pay the max basically.
King 9 for Matt on the button. In they go for 12 bigs. Gets it through. And the bounty just about to start, guys. Our side event today. This is what's going on. Sorry, it's not a bounty, it's £200 at 4 o'clock. Bounty is tomorrow. That's just starting the £200. Late reg of that until 7:30. If you want to get yourself in, come down. You've got till 7:30 to get yourself in for the side. Looks busy already, from what I can see. So Sparrow opening under the gun, raises to 5k. Cal Peel in the ace-line suited on the button, and Gary here in the small going to come along with 4s. And Masood's in as well, with the Queen Jack in the big blind. 9-5-6, 2 club board. Sorry guys, guy in seat 5 is in the pot here. Saying that he's not, but he's definitely in the pot. He's got pocket 4s. There we go. Dave's just going to change it. Sorry guys about that one, it just went bet, and quick folds from everyone, and the ace-9 of Cal takes it.
Still here, so that's the main thing. that is absolutely the right thing.
Not as good as RB or Henderson's left the natural for in 3 hours.
I'd rather see you together, whoever it is, but Liverpool probably can win, to be fair. I think you will, it's hard to see match the 4 votes. I think Chelsea's really good.
Where are we up to? Have you answered Gary?
I haven't.
Have you answered Gary? I was just ignoring him, are we?
No, I was waiting for you to get back to answering Tower. We are up to, last bust out Gary was HL. Just after HL we lost James Jagger. James Jagger is out.
That's why he stood at bar talking to Jack.
65 players remain, 38 getting paid.
We'll have the ticker going across the top right very soon when we get closer to the money. The 4 o'clock £200 has just started with 48. 48.
65.
65 left, 38 get the money. There you go, you can see it, 65 out of 300 now. What good numbers are 390? Absolutely brilliant. And just looking on the app, which everybody needs, tells you there's 48 playing the £200.
Yeah, 36, 5. Right, show me some cards, please, gents.
Got to be pleased with the numbers over the festival. Absolutely, really excellent numbers.
And Masood's been patient. Finally gets his last 7 bigs in, just sub, and is in a flip situation with Matt. Big roll reversal of stacks here. If Masood can find a queen or a jack. Well, finds 2.
Absolutely.
It's just fading a 5.
A 5. Ooh, crossbar.
It does get the double up. That's going to leave Matt back short. The thing is, he's got no fold equity there, Masood, but maybe he just thinks that Matt is being Matt and opening too wide, and maybe just thinking he can have the best hand some of the time. But we'll know that when he shoves for 7 bigs, sub 7 bigs, in fact, that Matt's obviously going to have to call off any 2 there that he's open. But put it in, and timing is everything. Ended up making a boat and doubling up. Span on the button, raising to 5k into Woody's big blind. Woody working with sub 20, 18 bigs to be precise. 893, rainbow board. So not much going on here for Span, just the 2 overcards. Still probably happy to continue here. Button versus big blind. So 4k from Span, so just south of 3rd, and Woody calling. 3 on the turn. So probably going to be a check behind here from Span now with the ace jack. I've got to think of Woody's calling range on the flop. It's going to be 3x, 8x, 9x, which none of them are folding to a double barrel. And in the hands we're ahead of all the straight draws, the 7-6, the 10-7, the jack-10, the queen-jack. We're ahead of those anyway, so just fine to check behind, trying to get to showdown now. And if Woody checks, Span should be checking back with the ace-jack, but Woody is going to fire. And just going to be folding this one as Span with the jack in our hand. Just going to let this one go. The 6-7 we lose to now, the 10-7 we lose to, the 7-5 we lose to now. The only hands we beat are the top end straight draws, the queen jack, the jack 10, and we have a jack in our hand. So
was that seed open?
yes, it was.
Was that seed open as Alex Montgomery was putting the jacket on?
Yep. So down to 64.
Oh man!
We lose Alex Montgomery.
Unlucky Alex.
Probably turns for Cal, makes it 6.5. Gary here, suited ace versus +1. A6, the worst one we can be dealt. We're going to continue here. Much prefer to see a 3-bet from Gary. Mix one in some of the time with the suited A6. Yeah, I like it. Like it from Gary. Makes it 17k. It's not going to work on this occasion with the particular hand that we're up against. Chow here with the pocket 10s, so not going to be going anywhere. A bit too strong to fold, just checking stack sizes here. Effective stacks to start the hand. We are working with 36 big blinds. Chow just happy to call and see a flop out of position.
Queen 8-7, rainbow. Check from Cal. Gary bets 15,000. Just continues on the flop. Cal calls with the 10s.
As he should do.
4 of spades on the turn.
This does pick up a smidge of equity here in terms of a gut shot for Gary. Still with the overcard to the board as well. Starting to be thinking about hands that Cal can have here. He can definitely have 7s and 8s. They will be in there. There'll be some ace queen, king queen, queen jack, and queen 10 suited. Ace queen off will be in there as well. And then you got 9s, 10s, jacks. He is going to double barrel here. It's just going to go all in. Power poker this from Gary with the ace-6 of diamonds. And now Cal in a bit of a spot with the pocket 10s. Let's look at this from Cal's perspective. We lose to ace-queen, we lose to kings and aces. Pocket 8s and pocket 7s probably aren't going to free bet versus +1, so maybe remove those out of there. So it's basically ace-queen, kings and aces, maybe king-queen in there that elected free bet bluff and flop top pair. But other than that, that's what I can really come up with. The three combos of queens, I guess, as well. But are they just going to fire flop, or might they incorporate a check-in? So maybe we can't give them all the combos of queens. Maybe 1 or 2 combos of queens, 6 of aces and kings. And then what are the bluffs here from Gary? He could have some backdoor spades, like some ace-jack, ace-10 of spades, although you've got removal from that. As we can see, he's just got a random ace-6 of diamonds here, so I'm guessing ace-5 suited could be in the mix as well. Ace-king, maybe. Could definitely be some ace-king for Gary. That's just running it, trying to put some pressure on 9s, 10s, or jacks of Cal. It's a really tough spot here for Cal Tower and trying to get a read, but aces, kings, ace, queen are our worry, and then other than that we should be ahead. Don't expect like a jacks or jacks to take this line, or even like a queen jack to take this line. So Cal really trying to get a feel on the situation. What do you reckon, guys?
Oh,
Call or fold?
Yeah, 1 for call, 2 for fold.
1 for call, 2 for fold.
Standing down 3 or 4 times trying to get some kind of read on him. And it's a fold. Well played, Gary.
Yep. Very well played, Gary.
2 it was.
I'm not sure, Gary. It's a tough spot. A couple of things. First thing, dependent on opponent there. What was we? 36 bigs effective to start the hand. I might just rip the pocket 10s versus some opponents pre-flop. That's the first thing. Second thing, if we do go post, it's right on the line. It comes down to opponent. If I can pick anything up, maybe have a chat with them, see what they're giving off, and just a really difficult spot right on the line there for the 10s of Cal. And Gary, just a bit of power poker, getting the job done on that occasion. And we've lost another 3. 3? 3 in 1 minute, Tower. We lost Roderick McNeil. We saw Rod on our featured table last session.
Oh, Roddy.
Yeah, we lost William Young. And we have lost John Clements. So, if my maths is right, that means we're going to be on 61. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad fold, Chris. It's a really hard spot there for Cal. I don't think folding's wrong at all. I think folding's probably the best option there, but maybe Cal was just trying to pick up something on his opponent. Viking says should have 4-bet pre. To be honest, like I said, 36 bigs effective against certain opponents. If I think they're capable of like 3-betting and having a balanced range against our open there, then yes, I might just 4-bet rip.
So we lose 3. We're getting closer to the money.
$61. We're going to be going on break in just over half hour's time for dinner. When we return, we are going to have our first giveaway of the day, guys, so make sure you're set and ready for that. A bit of Tower and Jay thinks. Oh, I can't, you're going to love my question.
Alright.
It's nice.
What do you think to Tim Hortons?
It's nice. To be honest, it's my first ever iced coffee from there. I've had some food from there before, but it's actually, it's okay. Very sweet. Very sweet. You need a sweet tooth to be able to drink it all. It's
Thanks for the gifts.
yeah, big thank you.
Tim Hortons walked in. Hiya Tower, you like Tim Hortons? Yeah, here you go. Tim Hortons. Love a giveaway, says Chris. Especially one that anybody can win.
Yep. And it's not our money either, so it's
even
not coming
better.
out of our pockets.
That's even better.
So we're happy to give it to you guys.
Even better.
Let's pop down the way account, firing on the turn, and there we get it out of the way. Davenport all in here. The sevens.
Come on, Matt. Yeah, they're in again.
Shoving for 8 big blinds here, and Cal with the ace-8 might call this one Tower. 8 big blind shove from Matt. He's going to have ace-deuce through ace-7 in here. We can have a dominating spot. He'll also have king-8 suited, queen-8 suited, 8-9 suited, like some 8s that we dominate as well, not just some ace-X that we dominate. So if I'm Cal here, I'm probably just going to call, and then if we get some heat from behind, then let it go. It's a cut-off shove from Matt Davenport. Like, he'll even have some like 6-5 suited in here, I reckon, as Matt 6-7 suited, these type hands. Just ace-8 is going to be well ahead of all those range of hands that I just mentioned.
Obviously, it's a dead big blind. Why is it a dead big blind? What happened?
Player can't be at the table.
Well, there's nobody sat there. There's no more chips there. Unless it's... Is it... C7's thrown them further across.
Yeah, Masood. It's Masood.
Has Masood thrown them? Oh, right, I see. Masood's thrown them further across. I see. Well, Cal does call.
What a flop for Cal.
What a flop. Matt Davenport.
Needs help. Needs a 7 to survive. Otherwise, we are going to lose Matt. And it's the 4 of diamonds. So Matt Davenport busting. And just before that, we lost another one. Philip Hepburn was out on table 4. So that means we are down to 59, guys. 59 remain.
Oh no.
Sheets open. 3-3.
Yeah.
That's just mailed you, but no. Maybe if I bet small, you make something.
I'm not sure. It just something didn't make sense to me. And I should have just gone for it. I always say I'm going to, and then I never do.
Finish 5,000.
It's quite obvious, right?
Unlucky, Matt. Mr. Matt Davenport, unlucky.
We can take Fort Craig with the Jack 10. Ace King suited for Gary and the cut-off raises to 5.5. With James round here in the big blind. James working with 24 bigs. Definitely going to be continuing. Maybe thinking of shoving this one. He is thinking of shoving this one, and he gets snap called. So shoves for 24 bigs versus the cut-off open with the Queen 10 suited. And Gary is out in front with the Ace King. Average stack is 130k at the moment, Gary. Both players catch a piece, but the Queen 10 of James Rand still needs help.
Yeah.
And that is dead on the turn,
Dead.
so we're going to lose James Rand from the tournament.
Unlucky, James.
Down to 58.
Unlucky, James. That was unlucky. Minutes to go, guys, before that hour dinner break.
Sheets open. 3-9.
When the giveaway will start.
It's like open early, mid 3 try 3-9.
I bet I set up a thumb jam.
Gabriel Moss says, come on, Gary. Gary Armstrong in seat 5.
Just guessing, alright?
Aye.
It's always the spot you're guessing at.
Just guessing, yeah.
I thought if I set up a tundra, I'd apply back the pressure, but look. Seems like a property streets now. Sometimes
65k up top. We'll put the prize ticker across the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. Oh, the money.
Oh, I did. Aye.
That raise the take for Craig. With the ace queen.
All the prizes scrolling across the bottom.
That's what a guy you don't like. I don't know.
38 places all paid.
It's a closer ticket, Gary. £110 closer ticket. We've got 2 to give away today.
Yeah, the closer is on Monday at 7. Ricky's coming to the table. Here he comes. He must have known that Gary's watching.
The Rigster. Hey, not got a trademark cap on today.
No, must have lost it.
It was a bit windy out there this morning.
That's true.
So Spand opening the cut-off here and flopping middle pair and the flush draw. Just going to bet here on the ace queen 7 board, firing for 7k. Craig just going to be calling here. Knows that Spand's going to represent this board whether he has an ace or not as the opener. Yeah, 6 of hearts on the turn. It's an interesting spot now for Span because obviously Craig can still have some ace-x out of the big blind, and I think Span is happy to try and get to showdown, and the showdown is queen now. Check from Craig, check from Span, and the ace-deuce of Craig is going to be best. NHBCH trustees, how do we win a closer ticket? When we return, we're going to be doing a giveaway on the live stream. We're going to be doing Tower Thinks first, so I'm going to ask Tower a question, and then the closest person to his answer will win themselves a closer ticket. That's the way the game works. You're not looking for the true answer, you're looking for what you think Tower would guess the answer to be.
Which is why it's great, because you can't Google it. Because none of Tower's brain is in Google.
Carlsbury does not read them right either. 11 had a hand against you, saying that King 7 of spades.
Jack's back on the beers, I see.
Yeah. So I went to show him the Tim Hortons, and he says how amazing is that somebody's fetched you Tim Hortons after watching the live stream yesterday when they asked the question while they were sat in a pub somewhere in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
And he says, expect more questions on the tour. It's just because when we've got a day off, we'll be asking you questions. I'm like, okay. Big TR's come to the table as well, winner in Manchester. This table is a good table.
Yeah, no Dave on this table for you asking. Victor, table, I'll run you through the table. In 1's Chris Wood, in 2 is Craig Smith, in 3 is Trevor Reardon, in 4 is Callegro Morial, 5 Gary Armstrong, 6 is Riggy, 7 Masood, and 8 is Spand.
So that's 8-handed all day now. This is it, 8-handed all the way through.
Harry here under the gun with the ace king, going to raise this up. That's at 5.5. Cal. The chip lead on the table now. I think he's actually surpassed Craig. I think they're both over 300k, defending out the big blind. I know Craig's still got 325. Cal 228. Continuing. Counting the pocket sevens, just chooses to fold. Could definitely call once there, but chooses not to out of position. Oh, it's Wendy. How are you doing, Wendy? This is me, Wendy Watson, but I can't get this out of the trustee's name, which is bonkers.
How you doing, Wendy? Hope you're well.
Thanks, Apocalypse, just make my day. Telling me that it's 2-0 to Notts Forest.
Oh, okay. Sheffield United have a mountain to climb. 2-0 Forest. Wowzers. Actually, a bit of, well, not saying it's a bit of a surprise, but the way Forest have been playing, I still don't understand how he's not manager of the year in all 4 divisions.
Who is it, the Forest manager?
The guy who used to manage Swansea. Gary Cooper, is it? Steve Cooper? One of them two. I think Gary Cooper was an old actor.
Steve Cooper. Says Apocalypse. Any of the Aberdeen lot left in this tourney? Asks Jamie. I'm not sure who's from Aberdeen and who's not. Just going to jump back to the action here though, because Trev's at risk, shoving the button here for 16 bigs.
Trev always hits a 9.
Oh, 7 would work now as well, Tower. So Trev on his way out the door. He's got 1 foot out there, 7, 9 or 10. And it is a 7.
Boom.
Just for the Nutter Butters on the river. Straight for TR and looking still for back-to-back GUKPT titles. Never been done before, winning one leg after the other. We did have Joe Hindry do the live stream double.
We did indeed.
2 different events. Another one gone, so we are down to 57. Now. Tony Crowler.
Oh, Tony the man.
So 57 remain.
So Big TR gets himself a nice double. The Big TR. Winner in Manchester.
we doing, John Hurt? Nice to see you tuning in.
Hiya, John.
As a Derby fan, I want Forest to make Wembley then lose to a last-minute goal so I can rip into the way they ripped into us.
I thought it would be never so nice then as a rival fan. I thought that was going to be a nice one.
Diamonds. Craig making it 5k. And Gary, first time today we've seen aces.
It is.
They've been out in force Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. First time making an appearance. This time for Gary. 3-bet to 15k. Action back on Craig here. We are fairly deep with Gary, so suited wheel ace. Probably going to pill here. And does choose to pill.
Important flop time. 8, 10, queen, 2 spades.
There's going to be a board where Craig's going to be done with a hand. However, Gary can mix in some checks here, especially with this combination of aces, with the ace of spades in there. But he's going to just come out firing on the queen 10-8. Folding Craig. The cat on the hijack suited king makes it 5k to go. And Gary here might be thinking about a light 3-bet here with the queen 10. Could definitely mix this one in versus hijack open in the cut-off, but thinks better of it. Not going to 3-bet it, always only going to be at a certain frequency, which is probably going to be less than 20%. That time, not going for it and span in the big blind here, working with a sub 20 suited ace, just going to defend here. Could definitely shove this versus a cow open. I probably would myself tower, but spanned.
Decided not to. 7, 5, jack, flop, 2 clubs for Cal.
Just from 18 bigs, suited ace versus an open from a capable player in late position. But we're just going to get so many folds from Cal and pick up his raise and small blind and ante. But Span choosing to play it in this style. Check calls the flop, and the cow could definitely double barrel here after picking up a gut shot to go with his flush draw. That chooses to check behind. And a 6 on the river. And the cow probably just happy to take showdown now. We beat some 5x, we beat some 8-9, 10-9, 10-8. Club draws. Let that one go in the way of Span, so playing it in that manner. We've actually earned Span a few extra chips, and he's up to 24 bigs.
I'm not falling in the river either, you can choose better river.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
He well knows that.
I don't think I've ever seen Span hold a hand to me.
It's not specific.
Spades for Cal this time. And raises to 5.5.
So 57. 38 get the money.
You just fold 10-9 suited.
Change man, you know. It's the cap. Must be the power in the cap.
Yeah, it must be the cap. The cap must make him 4-bet that hand. 135k as well, deep as anything with Cow, and position as well, and 10-9 suited just hitting the muck. Maybe it's Riggy's twin brother playing today. I don't think we would have seen that yesterday from him. Not opting to continue with a 10-9 in either manner. Opted for the fold on the in the cut-off. Spam of ace king on the button, raises to 5,000. And Craig with a king in the big, not choosing to defend, and it's a well-timed fold. It was in a dominated spot. So 11 minutes on the clock, guys, and then it will be an hour break for us. And make sure you do return at 10 to 6 when we are back, because we've got some tokens to give away to you guys.
2 giveaways in the next 2 sessions.
Yeah, Riggy already cashing twice this week, cashed the mini, then he's won the PLO, and on his way to another cash as well in the main event.
Indeed. Up that leaderboard he goes.
And 10-9 suited for Gary, raises to 5.5 under the gun. And Woody in the cut-off here, ace-4 suited, working with 20 big blinds. May just let this one go, maybe a bit wary about the gun open from Gary. But LP could definitely rip this one. They're just going to flat instead, as it is a gun open. I could even fold this spot potentially, but flattened never going to be bad either with position with the suited wheel ace, especially when you smash the life out of the flop like that.
Absolutely. Jack 5, 3, 2 spades, wheel draw,
and that
flush draw,
overcard, the works.
Not had the best session, Woody, but he is 94% to add to his stack.
Third pot continued here, and Woody's probably just gonna. I thought he could rip there. The 2x size of the pot over the continue, but chooses to just flat, and turns out to be the perfect decision, because turning the nutter butters, and also gives Gary a pair as well this turn card. So probably have to slow down now as Gary slam the anchors on. Really small sizing coming in from Woody, make it look like we got a hand that wants to show down. Because we've still then, even if we go like 7k here, which is quarter pot, we've still then got a really nice river jam. There we go, 7.5k, like he heard. Really like the sizing choice from Woody here. Once we get to this turn in the night flush, we can go really small, because even when we are cool, we're going to have a nice 3/4 pot jam on the river, on any river card.
Jack of diamonds on the river.
Yeah. And a bad card for Gary, because makes it less likely we're up against a jack now of Woody. Obviously, he can still have flushes, suited wheel aces, and then king, queen of spades, queen, 10 of spades, king, 10 of spades. We're just going to be all in here for 3/4 pot, as we said. And then Gary going to be having a decision here with his 10-9. Woody can still have hands like ace-10 with the ace of spades for sure after calling flop against that size. So he can credibly have some bluffs here as well. Okay, Woody's stack size is wrong. It's well out, Tower.
Yeah.
Well out, because he's got like, what's that, 25k
got
in yellows.
40,000 behind the line,
yeah,
isn't it?
45k back, yeah. So that's it's well out. Woody's stack size here. And firing for 16.5. Really trying to eke out the hero here from Gary. Yeah, Woody, he's got like 45 back here, not 16, so it's around 30k out his stack. Still like the size and choice on the turn though. Just when we're so nutted here with position, go really small, give our opponent really nice price to continue. Gary in the blender here. Not the nicest of spots, but not really too many bluffs once he calls the Jack 5-3 board. I guess there's going to be some like ace-4, ace-2 suited in there that aren't spades, maybe diamonds. I guess they can be in there. As well as that, like I said, maybe like a float with like king-queen with a spade, or ace-10 with the ace of spades. But then for value, you can definitely have a jack. Jack can definitely go for value here, as well as flushes. But ace-x of spades, king-queen of spades, queen-10 of spades. So it makes a good lay down there. Gary, good folds up.
Yeah.
With 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
So Woody has well over 100,000. He's got about 115, 120,000. So his stack was, as Jay just said, making the decisions a little bit different. And the bet sizing.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, what's up?
Well, I've just been given the feature table for when we come back after the dinner break, and two stacks between them have got nearly 840k. We've got Yunus Barakat coming with 481,000.
Yep.
And we got Abdul Makit coming with 333,000.
Wow.
And as well as that, we've got Dan Gormley, Rene Z, Mo Kearney, Stuart Matthews, Joe O'Donnell, Kevin O'Neill. They're all going to be gracing us with their presence. We'll have chip counts when we come back after dinner. Yes. Yeah, lovely.
Full chip count on its way after the break. The clock is the clock in? Your clock's red at the minute.
Yep, dinner is provided. There's a buffet upstairs for the
There
players.
is a buffet upstairs.
And sorry, it's not Abdul Makit.
Oh, is it not coming to the table?
No, with the
Okay.
337, it's Mo Kearney. Abdul actually.
Yeah, there are 3 flavours of ice creams.
Abdul actually a player that just busted. That's where the confusion was. So we are down to 56 when we return.
Okay.
See you, Apocalypse. Thanks for tuning in.
See ya, ladies, alligators.
Trev could definitely shop his pot versus a good competent player who's going to 3-bet light out of the blinds, and these like pairs can become very nice 4-bet rips. Button versus the blinds, because the thing is we sometimes get better to fold like 7s, 8s, and like a lot of the calling range we can be flipping against, but Trevor just mucking the 6s here, and fair play to Cal. Really nice choice of sizing, good hand selection as well, mixing in the King 10 off.
So we will be back at 5:50 with a new table, full chip counts from around the room. We're on 56, it's still 56?
56, yeah.
56.
Just lost Abdul Makit.
38 getting the money, so we're 18 off the money. So it wouldn't be unusual to see the bubble go in the next session.
Level 6 of the days, usually when it goes. Sometimes level 7. Never seen it any other level.
No.
No, Rob Franks is not still in.
No, he's out.
Custard earlier today. Jack 8 of spades here for Craig. Happy to open once folded 2. Makes it 5.5. And Trev here, ace 8 off. Getting out of the way. Gonna see this from these sort of stacks now. That 30 big blind remit. A lot more tighter folds. Getting this close to the bubble. And Cal, what timing for this as well. It's so nice when you 3-bet bluff the hand before and then you have a legitimate hand the next hand, and once more Cal opted into 3-bet here with the ladies. (2-1) Sheffield score.
Sheffield.
Is there time for me to win my bet?
No.
No.
None at all.
Just a quick fold with the Jack 8 of spades. We'll throw the comp scam on for the last hand of the session, guys.
Last hand of the session.
40 seconds left on the clock, so we will be squeezing one more in, and then hour break for us, and then back with the giveaway. And probably the table with the most chips in the room on it as well. Definitely. What we got?
Yeah.
260, 740, 1.1 million, lots. About 1.3 million chips on the table when we return.
No, there was no treble today. We decided that we're going to have it tomorrow during the, I think there's 7 games, is there? 7 games of Premier League tomorrow. So we're going to have a Premier League treble tomorrow.
Do you know about the Premier League, Tal? No, you know about the Premier League?
I have no idea. I didn't even know there was one.
So Trev and the hijack really lose this from Trev.
Didn't even know there was one.
And they're going to get punished straight away. Gary's 3-betting the ace, queen of hearts here. And just TR right before the dinner break, choosing to open here and just a bit too loose. I'm just going to let it go, guys, and that's that. We will be back in an hour's time. 10 to 6, we will be starting the giveaway about 6 o'clock, so make sure you tune in ready there, try and get yourself a 110 close ticket. New feature table as well, fun one coming up. We will see you in an hour's time.
Full chip counts on the way. See you in 60. Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the you know the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas, because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home, and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still, and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning, because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year. And I guess this was, it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships. And we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in. And the winner would get, I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo, because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins. And yeah, just played the free roll every week, and first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student, so now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the #1, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah, a lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, a can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So, yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point, I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, I had like 2 screens, and I put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and it's my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, you know, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, you know, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out, but luckily yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Edinburgh, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that like, you know, that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I tried to, I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, you know, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, you know, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but you know, I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, you know, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like it was back in the day when people didn't really call free bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or four betting. Maybe live poker, you know, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and you know there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had two queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a not six, sevens, eights, nines, tens, all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, oh, it's Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well. As I'm but yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, you know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making the top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who are like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. But I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this, or chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to round my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, "Yeah, I told you, I knew." He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like that's the only 2 cashes he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of it when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, "I'm the unluckiest poker player ever," and I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament? Like the tournament was like 100 times to buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up and we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy, because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him and start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, "You're an idiot." But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game. With on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And but still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And my friends were there watching and stuff, so gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. 3rd out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5k 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores. And then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet. 2nd out of 474 in the 6 max 10k. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like, the bracelet didn't like. Obviously, it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like, I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5K 6 Mets came third, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out of their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left. And I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand. So which didn't really bother me because, like, live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind. And he's called, and I was kind of short step. And it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak. And I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was shit the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute. And then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand, but obviously it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 Mets was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. Was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I worked on a heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like, it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we still weren't in the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone, like, I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like 3 off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind, kings when the guy in the big blind is not even there, and Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is gonna look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K, and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God, just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit, and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet, and he tanked for ages, and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that, and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think is the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All In Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number 1 online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number 1 online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, putting on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like even though I was doing amazing at poker, online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point, and I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff, and if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef. It's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he like was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change and something that I really needed, because it was getting, just seemed, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now,
yeah,
for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. Yeah. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like Poker Stars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week, the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday. I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them. And, you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strived to do. And like, I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me. So I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
Well, yeah, the 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's like, it's much harder these days, because you know, like, people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people are like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, you know, that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but you know, it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number 1 was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number 1 slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, you know, like what I'd have to do is like, you know, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then, you know, and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could, you know, if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then, you know, if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the #1 spot is because you went on and won a WPT. Just the LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over $1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time, getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning Heads Up, to be honest. I was like, oh, you know, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing Heads Up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. You know, I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, oh, I'm better than them. Why that, you know, just like the guy you don't want to be really. And I just started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative. So she sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, you know, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, nah, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, you know, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table, it was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like, obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So, you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like, you know, the stacks were that close. And somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now this time I have to win, and I did. So it was, yeah, it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 match.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries. And it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and layer up a few spots and yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that normally you wake up from and it's like you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a free bet pot against him and he had top 2 pair, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player. And then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, And I was just like, oh my God, am I ever going to, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, it was really, really cool. And just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come and then they just mobbed you.
Yeah.
Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 203 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Are we going to chase it? Will we when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens because like the thing is I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. If you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. So you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no. Realistically, it's going to be tough. But obviously, the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day 1 in EPT Barcelona. Obviously, so far to go, but I was in the money. And I was actually feeling, oh my God, this could be it. Like, even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know. This would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came. Well, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to rail. And I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I reshoved 7s or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip, and I'd like get away from the table, and she's like, "You done?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, I come all this way for that. I was like, yeah. So, yeah. Another one. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament, and I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table, so I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot, made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something, and everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day. And it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand, and I just felt so nervous. My heart was beating. I was just like, why? Yeah, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously, this year the World Series is not live, which is obviously a terrible shame because we'd all be there right now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously, there's 85 events, there's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me because like online is like, I've been doing it for half my life almost now. So I feel really confident, especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP Nevada, sort of it's shared between Nevada and New Jersey. And I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there. So I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones. And then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico. And I have to get been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it because like that's what I know what to do. It's how I grew up playing the game. So hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And I'd always wanted the online one. They every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online. And I'd always wanted to win an online one just because, that's what I'm sort of known for and it feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I've kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just so much. It's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. Like, ideally, I'd knock him out like on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Let's do it again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it again. Chip counts during the break. Laurinus Jakutis, 540,000.
That's some stack.
That is some Bixie 300.
Yeah, I can see. And Dave Doherty up there as well on 270. Oh no, it's actually fruit I'm eating.
Is it deep fried?
No.
Fruit? Fruit? Hang on a minute. Fruit?
I know. I don't know what's happened to her.
Oh my days, get you. Your mum's not wrong, is she?
She hasn't even tuned in today.
So there are all the chip counts. Andy Back 45,000, Joe O'Donnell 38, Paul Green 30, and Masood on 25. They're the short stacks at the table. Who we got, Jay? Who have we got?
So feature table coming up. Joe O'Donnell in 1, Stuart Matthews in 2, Kevin O'Neill in 3, Eunice Baccarat in 4, Mo Kukani in 5, 8 is Dan Gormley, and then 9 is Renee Z. Looking very colourful today.
I want to make day 2. That's what she said last night as we ended up going to the walking past the bar at the end of the night. I want to make day 2. That's what she said. If you watched it, you saw the fold.
And don't forget as well, guys, we have got a giveaway coming up. We're going to release the rules in about 10 minutes time. Ace King for Kevin, under the gun, +1. What an Inter Milan top. Makes it 6.5. Dan Gormley on the button here, suited ace. Dan working with 25 big blinds, happy to pill here with position. And Joe fairly short in the big here, 10 bigs. Just over. Makes a good laydown.
Can we get like a clock?
Afternoon, Chris. Watching on Facey. No, I never had my pie. Never got a pie. Damn. I did have haggis though this morning for breakfast. It was bacon on toast. Bacon and haggis on toast. I recommend it highly. Any big names left? By heck. Any big names not in? This is a bit star-studded, and I love it.
So Kevin got a delay C-bet here, and that will be that.
So 56 have started. This next session. Look at them stacks up top.
Yeah, I could see a potential 700k pot if we're lucky.
If we're lucky. Table open, table 5C8. Who's that?
Paul Green.
No!
Paul Green, first eliminated after the break. 2 seats open.
What?
On Vidus is gone as well.
Oh no.
So Paul Green and Vidus, first 2 exits after we've returned, leaves us with a 54. Ace Jack 3, 2 club ball. Sure, after raising pre, made it 6.5, way too small from Stuart. Can't say it enough. Can't be going 2x out the small blind, blind on blind. Just going to get peeled so wide. And Kevin happy to just call here with the ace. Keep some bluffs in of our opponent.
7 of spades on the turn.
Go down Apocalypse. And Praxo tuning in on Twitch.
So I'll let you know as we get closer and closer to the money. 38 get paid.
And after this hand, see a lot of you back already. I think that's when we're going to start the giveaway.
Oi, oi.
We're going to be doing tower things first.
Are we?
Danny raising to 6k under the gun +1. With the ace 10. Folded round to a Eunice chip leader at the table in the big blind.
I think we'll give everybody till 6:15 and then we'll...
Okay.
6:15, coming back from the dinner break. And then we'll give them till 25 past. And we'll announce the first £100 giveaway.
Eunice defending with the Jack 8, flop of 3, 3 deuce rainbow. Really dry. Expect just Danny to continue small here a lot of the time. Ace 10 will still be the best hand versus big blind defend range a lot of the time. Just a small bet, what you expect to see. And continuing for 4.5 into 16.5, so a little bit more than quarter. Like the size and choice. Eunice out of the way with the Jack 8. We'll pick up there for Dan Gormley. Second in the mini main. Earlier on this week, looking to go one better in the main event. And another one has gone, so leaves us with 53 players.
Gone now?
Colin Malcolm has gone. So 53 remaining. A couple of new players coming to the table.
Oh yeah, does that mean we're levelling up?
Yeah, we're down to 54 now, or 52, so...
Well, is Andy Hill's playing the 200?
That's Vidus.
Vidus?
Yeah, we saw him go, didn't we? Just after Paul Green said he busted. Vidus.
Oh yeah, and literally jumped straight in.
Button open from Kevin. Yeah, Eunice with the chips here might choose to free bet this spot with the ace-9. Nice candidate to do it with the ace blocker in there, and it's versus a button open, so we are going to get plenty of folds from Kevin, but just choosing to flat on this occasion. Surprised to see that. There is the free bet. Love the sizing choice here from Eunice as well, very nice. Big fan of this from him. Nice big 4x sizing, just shy of. Ace-9 off. Applying pressure to Kevin. And Kevin gets out of the way. Well played, Eunice. Like it a lot. So I'm trying to find out the names for you guys of the players that have just come over to the featured table. So we've got Radislav Iliev in 5, and the player in 7, Sean Mills, is the man in 7 that's just sat down.
Aye, Sean.
He's older, he looks older.
Looks like 26, yeah, thank you.
Looks like after 10 years.
Yeah.
10 years old.
Yeah, there is. Plenty of chips for everyone to give to me.
So Sean Mills comes to the table.
Going on blind here. Eunice out of the way.
No. You want to know why?
We're going to complete the 6 deuce. Sammy! That's definitely not Sammy. After check Dave has put the right name in.
Who was it?
Sean. Sean in 7.
Sean in 7, definitely Sean?
Yeah, 100% Sean.
He said he needed you after.
Yeah.
And you says, but Daniel's stupid, you're not.
Not much anymore Man of Straw, rarely play online these days. I might flick in time to time, but literally just hardly anything at all. Played a lot during lockdown obviously because there was no live poker, but that's the most I've played in a long time since lockdown. No Wendy, we haven't posted the question yet. We're going to post the question at 6:15, so we've got 8 minutes. Oof. And then we will be running the giveaway. As we see Renee move all in here with her pocket jacks under the gun. Renee shoving for 18 big blinds exactly here. Could just open this one, but Renee happy to get it in. And he gets that through. Yeah, I'll throw them up for you now, Apocalypse. These were the chip counts at the break.
Weebrick's running along at 170, bang in the middle. Pat Palmer. Cameron Williamson. Danny Ryder's still in on 150. Riggy's still in on 130. Full chip counts. Mel Simpson's on 60. Going along nicely. And there are all the chip counts. 22nd Tom.
20 seconds off.
Still in on 90,000. Woody on 90 as well. Jambo on 110. James Gray.
Yeah, Big C having a very good day. We can see up there at the top. ace deuce of spades for Eunice, raises to 7. And Sean here, pocket 8s, 40 plus bigs here. Probably just happy to flat off this side. Stack Neil in the bubble. If we 3-bet and get 4-bet, we're going to have to fold, so just peel in here on the button is going to be the best play for us with the snowmen. Daddy's not getting involved with Jack 7 off, and Renee dishes the Queen 5 off into the muck, so heads up between Eunice and Sean here.
Ace King 10, 2 spades.
Yeah, so potential check one here for Eunice with the ace deuce of spades here. Could definitely mix in a check once we smash this flop so hard with our top pair. No kicker, but nut flush draw to go with it. And yeah, like this from Eunice, never seen on the feature table before. That first 15-20 minutes of this session seems to be doing the right things. And over to Sean, who's not going to take the bait, checks behind with the 8s. And it's check mark on the turn for Eunice. Turning the nuts, and now once Sean checks back, probably happy to start firing. Still hands we can get called by. Sean's going to have some checks with King Queen, King Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10, these type of holdings. Will definitely be in the hands that Sean check back, and we can get a value bet in on the turn against that are going to call, but with the 8s on this occasion, Sean just snap. Folds. Yes, Wendy, you answer on the chat boxes. We have all the chat boxes collated into one for us, so whether you're on YouTube, Twitch or Facebook, you can guess away. We will write down all the answers, and whoever gets the closest 2 towers answer is going to win themselves a £110 closer seat. If you don't manage to win this one, it's alright, because you'll have another chance. Next session, we're going to switch it. We're going to do I Think, and we will give away another £110 closer token. Giveaway starting in 5 minutes time. 1:15 is when we're going to kick off.
Is it me that's guessing first?
Yeah.
Or you?
I've already got a question set.
What? Oh my days. I've got the Sharpie ready.
Only on the 10, 3 on the button. Just going to just hit the mark. Renee here, blind on blind with the ladies. 18 bigs for Renee. I'd love to see her complete here, potentially. It depends on the stat behind her, actually. I think she's got Joe covered. So I'd still love to see it complete here. Blind on blind, you look down at a monster in the small. Yes, Renee. Yeah, I really like this from Renee Tower. Just completed the queens. Like if she raised, we wouldn't have got any action from the 9-6. Now we're going heads up to a flop with a hand that we've got crushed equity-wise pre. And as well, what it also does, speak about it a lot, just creating that dynamic with your opponent. If they're aware that you are going to be limping some monsters in the small, completing, then they're not going to raise as wide. They're not just going to keep attacking that complete once they understand that you can also have the strongest of hands in that range.
That was a quick break. They all go marching in now. That was like 5 minutes. A weird one, that wasn't it?
So should we do this hand tower and then we'll get underway with the giveaway? See a lot more people at the back watching now.
Yeah, good. All of the dinner.
And we'll run it until guess is in 15 minutes.
15, is that long enough? Is that too long during now? 15? Past? Yeah, go on then.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. We'll give you the countdown clock.
So after this hand, guys, we're going to let you know what the question is. And remember, it's tower things. I will explain the rules after this hand, but I'm just going to jump into the action here because Danny is going to be free betting the ladies. Makes it 18k. And Radislav should just fold the king jack off here.
Yeah. Stack 100k, 12,000 to call. And
this is the fold. So here are the rules, guys. Simple as this. I'm going to ask Tower a question.
Yeah.
Tower's going to write his answer down on the piece of paper. And you're not looking for the correct answer, you're looking for Tower's answer. You've got to get inside the head of this man.
You could have given me a clue.
And get closest to Tower's
Don't want to look daft.
So the question.
Yes.
Since the WSOP started as a 10k buy-in in 1972.
Is that what it was?
40 years ago.
Try 50.
How many total
50
entries?
years ago, by the way.
Oh, 50. Oh yeah, 50, yeah.
Flipping heck.
How many total entries since 1972, the 50 years, has there been in total for the WSOP main event?
Don't start guessing until I've written it down.
Go away until
Do
give him
not start guessing.
Minutes.
Don't start guessing. Do not start guessing. I'm having a minute. Don't start guessing. I'm having a minute.
Yeah. So the
50
question,
years.
guys. Yep. So since 1972, when the main event first started as a 10k buy-in, how many entries total has there been for the main event over that 50 years?
50 years.
He's got the fingers out, guys. You need mine as well. So Tower's still in the tank. We've got Eunice raising here under the gun. Mo flat and ace queen.
Right.
He's still in the tank.
Right, ready. Right, I think I'm ready. Right?
Yep. Right. We're in, guys. We are in. Get your guesses in. One guess per player. If there's two guesses, DQ, you will not be able to win the ticket. One guess per player. Get your guesses in. The question, 1972, when the WSOP 10k first started, over those 50 years until now, how many entries has there been total?
And I've had a think.
Good luck.
Good luck. I've had a think. And Jackie Casey's still in. Jack Hardcastle? No. Katie Swift? No.
Just jumping back to the action here, guys. I know we're doing a giveaway, bit of fun, but we'll concentrate on the hands as well. We've got Mo here, not going to be folding, getting this price with double gut shot, and an ace could also be good in this spot as well.
Back to the action. Get your guesses in. I tell you what.
Knowing Tower, he could have said anything. It's the great thing about it.
I tell you what. There's some weird and wonderful guesses from 2 million people. Oh, 2 million is the wildest, to 35,000.
25,000 from someone. Someone's put 25,000.
Oh, Christian, a star.
So we're giving everyone half past to get their guesses in.
15 minutes, you got 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. And don't forget, it's what Tower thinks and it's not what the right answer. Do you know the right answer?
No, I couldn't figure it out.
Does anybody know the right answer?
Are you...
Just got it now.
All right, okay. PK's actually got the correct answer.
Yeah, we can have the correct
answer. What's the correct answer?
122,151.
122,151 is the correct answer. That's actually not the right answer that I've got. 121,000. Okay, so what does Tower think? But what does Tower think?
So we've got it all in the call here. Joe shoving the jacks being called by Eunice with the ace jack. Cut off versus big blind. Eunice has to call this one off for sub 8 big blinds. Fist pump call. We're going to be well ahead of Joe. Usually, unfortunately, Joe's actually weighted towards the top end here. And holding at the moment. Still fading, running clubs as well as an ace now. Well, there is one of those clubs, so few added outs to fade, clubs and a jack and an ace to stay alive, and it's a 6 of diamonds. It's never easy, is it? But does get the double up through the chip leader at the table, and Joe up to just over 50k. So if you are just tuning in, guys, giveaway is running. You have till half past to get your answers in. The question is for Tower thinks since 1972, when the first 10k started for the WSOP main event till now, how many entries has there been total? And you're looking for Tower's answer. You're not looking for the correct answer. You are looking for Tower's answer.
And if you're looking for the correct answer that PK has told us is 121,000 people.
Over then, James Gill. Stuart in the cut, raising to 6.5 with the Jack 10. Radislav should be defending the 3-2 suited here, getting this price. Glad you're enjoying the game, guys. There will be another one if you aren't fortunate enough to win a closer ticket this time.
So we have got 7 minutes. There were, Gary McGaffney, there were 7 entries in 1972. That is correct. Danny G with the boots. Folding all the way around. Oh no. Wrapped around, folds in seat 4. Eunice, Queen 9. On the button.
I might be thinking about peeling this one.
Yeah, the suited. He's got all the chips. So he makes the call.
Out of the way. And now Mo getting a nice price to defend in the big blind. So going to be coming along with a lot of hands here. Mo.
Whoa, what a setup this is.
Well, Danny is going to love this.
Absolutely, because there's going to be a 3-bet coming in.
Yeah, there it is, Tower. 3 bets to 23k.
And 3-handed, is this a jam?
It depends, like Danny, if he thinks Mo's ever going to get out of line here, but I don't think Mo's going to be too bluff heavy here, Tower. Once we open +1, there's a flat on the button. I don't think Mo's going to have too many 3-bet bluffs here, so Danny's probably going to recognise that, because we don't want to flat and have him have ace king and not get a lot. Like ace king's going to get it in now versus us. I know we blocked that from our perspective, but I think this close to the money, just going to see Dan Gormley move all in here. Mo will call.
I think if he was heads up, I think he could decide to flat. But did he decide to flat
he's
there?
still going to mix in the flat.
He is.
With the aces.
Well, the Queen 9's definitely coming along for that. I'm a jamming mode there to try and get rid of one of them.
Dan going for the absolute maximum here. Now Mo, sorry not Mo, Eunice actually getting such an attractive price with this Queen 9 of clubs on the button, over 3-1.
Yeah.
Big fan of this from Danny. I guess Danny makes the assumption that Mo doesn't have to be so nutted here, and if that's the case, I much prefer the flat. But against opponents that you think have never got bluffs in this spot, you're just probably happy to get it in, knowing that they're going to be calling it off, and then to get the chance to stack ace king.
Yeah. So we are heads up to the flop. Danny Gormley C8, FT the mini. No way!
Oh, wow. And this looks like such a good board for us, for Danny as well.
Oh my days.
8s and 5s aren't a thing. We're literally only worried about kings, and we see Mo check this over to Danny here. And Danny with the aces here. Gonna probably go fairly small, setting up a nice sized turn shove. Never going to jam here, Danny. We want to get some calls from queens, jacks, 10s, these type of holdings. So we want to go a size that's going to keep those in, probably around 18k. But Danny choosing to check here with the aces, playing it tricky. 10 of spades on the turn. And Mo checking once more. And now we have to bet here as Danny. Mo thinks he's trapping and he's playing this one perfectly, but when he sees the cards span over, which they will at some point, because this will get him, even now or on the river, he'll realise how fortunate he has actually been in this spot. And Danny's probably going to go like 18 here, Tower, around third, setting up, like I said, a nice river shove. And Mo just sitting here with the nuts. 22.5k from Dan Gormley. And Mo might just set him in now, because say if Dan's got a hand like jacks here, he's going to check back river. So if Mo thinks that Danny's going to check back a lot of rivers, he might just set him in now here, although we have removal to top pair. And there's it win, and Danny sees the bad news that he's up against the king, snaps it off, knew exactly what he was up to, and unfortunately Mo's just got very lucky this hand, otherwise Dan would have doubled up.
Indeed it. And it's a 7 on the river, and Dan Gormley has seen the bad news, and he is out of the door.
And just before we lost Dan Gormley,
Ouch.
TR, Trevor Reardon not going back to back. Ian Wright also out the door, as well as John Gilchrist.
All gone wrong.
So 49 players remaining, 11 off the money.
1 minute left. 1 minute left. Get your guesses in. Get your guesses in. Get your guesses in. Get your guesses in.
Yep, so after this hand, we will reveal what Tower's guess was, and we're also going to reveal the winner.
Yeah. Mick the Mod says, what's the question?
The question is, Mick the Mod, since 1972, when a WSOP main event first become a 10K, how many entries has there been total for the WSOP main events over that 50-year period? How many entries total?
And everybody saw me thinking live. I was like this.
He's going to get me back though, because next session he's got a question for me and I'll probably be doing the same. There's a blind on blind here, Mo in the small, completing the Jack 7 off. And Sean in the big blind. I'm not completing, raising to 10K. And Sean's got an easy call here with a Queen Jack with position. Like the size and choice of Mo. Nice big north of 3x. And the board of King 8-4 Rainbow here. So Queen Jack high, Sean's still out in front. However, Mo probably going to be continuing this board with this particular holding King high. Meant to be good for us as the raiser. Just a quick fold from Sean. So here we go, guys. Are you ready? So Tower,
yes.
Are you going to squeeze it across the camera?
Come on then. Here we go. We had the question of how many players have actually played in the.
There we go.
In the main event. So I went, basically, I tried to work out 8,000-ish. So for 20 years, take off some. And I knew there weren't a lot in the 70s and 80s because obviously the boom was 2000 and what have you. So I actually thought 121,000 was very low.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised it's only 121,000. Obviously the numbers have only increased since 2005. Understand that. So I went for 1. Now is that a million or thousands? 100.
7. 5.
0. I went for 175,000.
And it's unbelievable, guys, because 2 of you guessed it spot on, and 1 of you was 5.5 out as well. Ian Roberts was 5.5 out, guessed 175,000 and 5.5.
2 people actually got it correct.
So the winners via YouTube.
Not winners yet.
Yeah, not yet, but the 2, what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to do a flip through.
Yeah, I'm going to flip it. I'm going to just rip my paper off.
We got Ricky Guinness on Facebook, guest spot on, and Stephen McCaffrey on YouTube, guest spot on. So Tower, what he's going to do, he's going to write both. He's going to write Ricky on one piece of paper, he's going to write Stephen on another, and then I am.
Is it a PH or a V?
It is a. I'm not sure.
And Ricky.
So Ricky and Stephen.
Right.
And we'll draw through it after this hand so you can see it's all legit, guys. We'll just go jump back to the action.
Unbelievable. 175,000 and you got inside my head.
So both players with an overpair here, so it could get fairly interesting. Eunice is the original pre-flop raiser, so going to be firing here the 9 equity 2 overs, and we've got a big hand here with the overpair and up and down straight draw. Radislav not going to be going anywhere. Expect to just see him call in position, although knowing that we are approaching the money, may think that Eunice is going to be so wide here and may choose to raise pocket 7s for protection purposes, but personally I think we should just flat here with position, and let's see some turns.
10 of diamonds.
This 10 shouldn't really change much here. Neither player should have much 10x in this spot. There's not going to be any pair combos that hit with the 10. So unless ace 10 is actually going to be in there, ace 10 suited with ace 10 of spades, clubs or hearts are going to probably peel from Radislav's perspective with the wheel draw, 2 overs and backdoor flush draw. So only really ace 10 suited that's going to peel here, 3 combos of that. So other than that, we're not too worried about the 10s. So this is just going to be a check call from Eunice here with the 5s. Not going to be doing anything else. Just going to call and see a river card. Max Sally says 500 out and win Sweet FA. You were one of the first in, Max Sally. We saw your answer. I wrote it down. I thought no one's going to beat that, and then 3 people were actually close. So we had 2 spot on, and Ian was only 5 out as well. So we're going to have a little draw in a second. Wow, Eunice just setting Radislav in here. So just choosing to turn his 5s into a bluff here. Eunice with equity if we are called, simply because we blocked ace 5 suited and 5-6 suited, I guess, which if you think about it, it's okay. We're obviously going to get snapped by the sets, but Eunice here going beast mode and potentially could get the 7s to fold here, because still going to have the overpairs here, could definitely check rip jacks through aces, could plausibly be a line to take with those hands in this spot. And now Radislav in a bit of a quandary, because there's not really too many bluffs that we can come up with on this board. Like, if someone is bluffing, like usually, they're always going to do it with equity, and like pocket 5's really the only one I can think of. Maybe king 5 suited, but I don't think king 5's going to be in there from hijack. Maybe it might be just nearing the bubble chip lead, but could definitely even have ace 10 himself, king 10, queen 10, c-bet the flop, then check rip our top pair effective on the turn. But really tough spot here for Radislav with the pocket 7s. Really tough spot for him. Chris will show you very soon where we're off to next, but I just want to cover this first, because Radislav here in a world of hurt and really wishing now that he checked back the 7s. But Eunice got moves for sure here. I don't know in Eunice's head if he thinks he's targeting 6s, 7s, 8s and potentially try and get them to fold, and we'll see the pocket 5s and the 7s of Radislav are good, so he went for it with the bluff, but still got equity here.
7s for Rad, Eunice with the 5s of the draws, ace, 6 or 5 needed for Eunice, and that's exactly what Rad needs to fade, and he does. It's the 9. So we have 2 pieces of paper.
Right, I'll look this way, give him a mix up.
We'll give him a mix up. We've got 2 pieces of paper with 2 names on it. I say paper, I use the same paper with the guess on it. So, which hand would you like, sir? Which hand would you like?
I'll go right. I'm going to go that one.
Which one?
Right, this
that
one.
So that one. So I'll throw that away. So the winner of the £100 token is Ricky! Ricky!
So Ricky Guinness guessing it spot on.
Wait a minute, better check.
Check the other paper, yeah.
The other piece of paper. The unfortunate loser, well, it was on the floor, was Stephen. Unlucky. Ricky, you've won yourself £110 closer token. Well done.
Right, Ricky, next half hour you've got to put your alias in the chat box. I know you're watching on Facebook, so if you could put that in the chat box for us, your alias for Grosvenor Poker, and that ticket will be on your account on Monday. But we've got another one coming up after the next break, guys, so if you didn't win it that time, you've got another chance when we return after the next break. Still got a long time until we get there, hour and 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. Apocalypse says the cup final has gone to extra time. I said it'd be a draw.
I did say it'd be a draw.
I said it'd be a draw.
Yeah. If you had a treble on today, put the draw in there, that would have boosted it up.
5-2 the draw.
So for you, it's stronger. How can I tell you now that you're trying to find a way to get me off the
Fourth draw between Chelsea and Liverpool this season, says Apocalypse.
I don't think so. I can get off that.
So Mo the calf makes it 6.5. Approaching the money, loosening up here now. So getting involved more, just applying pressure to some of the shorter stacks. Joe in the big blind going to defend the Queen 6 off here. Tower maybe a bit wide, approaching money bubble here, getting himself involved.
Depends on the situation.
It does flop a gut shot. Mo with bottom pair, backdoor spades, and check fairly quickly. What a turn for Mo. Loving it. 3 of hearts, turning trips here. And Joe checking once more, and Mo's really disguised hand here. Now, probably wants to bet fairly small, try and get some calls from some potential 4x, 7x, maybe some spade draws are selected to check twice, but the Queen 6 just out of the way. So Ricky Guinness on Facebook, if you could please put your alias in the chat.
Indeed. We'll leave you till 7 o'clock to put it in for us.
And then otherwise it might have to go to Stephen.
Stephen will get it if we don't get an alias for Ricky Guinness.
Next time I just have kings. Yeah. I can hit you. Huh? The first horse. Yeah. Kings you need to get a set, otherwise. Yeah. I've just done the hit it done with big blind against 7, 3, 4, 4, 2, 7. Oh, good. After, down and middle as well. Yeah, add some more. I don't know how to do this. 9 is the only card in the
So button here for Renee, King 5 off. I think she'll probably just let this one go. Being this close to the money. Working with 18 bigs.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on the head at some point, right? Yeah.
The actual answer, Joey, for was 120,000 and something.
Yeah, 121,000 was the actual answer. My answer was 175,000. I thought it was more in the 80s and 90s. Obviously not. Well done to Ricky Guinness, but we do need an alias for Grosvenor Poker.
And another couple of casualties from the field. Masood Etamadahirisi is gone, as so has Strawn Taylor. So that is going to leave us with 47 players, guys. I'll get that updated for you. So Renault short stacked at the minute with 54,000. We know she's not doing anything with the 4 deuce. Just using the time as we're getting close to the money. And that's what happens with all the short stacks. As we get closer to the money, it's just one of those, it's just part of the game. Is Rennie a full-time pro? Yeah, I'd say she is. He plays in a lot of, well, nearly everything that we play on that stream. Carl Guinness on YouTube says Rick the Hod and puts a username in there, but I'm not gonna send that one out. If you can log back, if that is you, Ricky, watch on YouTube, just so we know it's you. If you can log back into your Facebook and comment that on your Facebook account.
Yeah, that's brother.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Could be. But if that is you watching on YouTube, Ricky,
Rick the Hod,
log back into Facebook and comment that from your Facebook. So I don't want to just give it to some random person that claiming to be you on a different platform.
You come here, you work, you get more money out of it. You work, you get no money. No life, it's no life. I mean, it's freedom. Freedom. You can do many things, you can do your life. You just need to have money, that's it. We will get it.
you can always confirm it via
You don't know Bulgaria, so
the online. Is Simon in today? Is he? No, I mean Simon from online. No.
Yeah, but he's not grow up in Bulgaria. He's not grow up in Bulgaria. Yeah, until 12, and then you move away. As you say, it's beautiful, but there's no money. Yeah. So that's a bit that's the only problem with Bulgaria. Yeah. Otherwise, it's a fucking. It's amazing to live here. Way better than to most countries. Yeah. That's why I see like Edinburgh is like a Sofia with money. Yeah, it's a Sofia, but like the Ploštatka, you know, like the garden for kids here. It's like new, modern, and in Bulgaria
Guys,
as well.
updated for you, 47 top of your screen, so 9 places off the money. Usually get close to the bubble this session. Like I say, it usually goes level 16 or level 17 of the tournament. And we're going to be moving into level 16 in just under 7 minutes. But still waiting on Ricky Guinness. You got 15 minutes, Ricky. Otherwise, it's going to be going to Stephen McCaffrey. You've got 15 minutes to put your alias in. If you are watching, there we are. Rick the Hod. He was in.
Thanks, Rick.
There we go. Thanks, Rick.
We just had to make sure, that's all. We're guessing called you, brother. But we just had to make sure, that's all. Nice one, Ricky.
Well done, Ricky.
Congratulations. £110. Close the ticket on Monday. And one of the times we've run this, then there is we got a final table, didn't we?
Yep.
We got a final table in the closer. So well done. Stuart's all in for his 67 against Eunice's ace 10.
It's a bit like Mick the Mod, isn't it? Rick the Hod. It's like Mick's online brother. So Jacks for Stuart are good at the moment. Don't want to see one though.
Nope.
Fading aces and jacks now. That's a great turn for Stuart. Jack now renderless, so just fading. Ace from space. Oh, a queen! I forgot about the counterfeit tower.
Oh my days!
Oh my word! Oh. I was saying it's a good card because obviously it takes away the Broadway, but of course it brings counterfeit. And oh my word, what a way to go! Stuart Matthews. Wow. Very unfortunate for him, and that's going to leave us with 46 players. What a sick run out that was.
Jeez.
Counterfeiting with jacks, that don't happen very often.
Wowzers.
Last time, he's nearly got a touch.
Counterfeited with jacks. Wow.
I knew as soon as it dropped your plonker, your plonker, what a name that is on Twitch.
Your plonker.
As soon as it dropped, I knew he was gone. Just at the time.
You put him all in, so yeah.
Oh my days. Yeah, Ricky, we got it.
We got it. He might be watching, like, because on Facebook you can rewind, can't you? He might be a bit behind.
Yeah.
I was right. I was sorting Ricky's ticket out, guys. Give me some credit. I'm writing down his name, his alias, getting it sent to the online team. I'm covering it all in at the same time. Only been working 12-hour days the last 3 days, and
who even thinks about counterfeits anyway?
I make one little mistake, and
You didn't make a mistake, to be fair.
Yeah, I said as soon as the Queen joke. As soon as the Queen dropped, I went, he's gone.
Oh my
The
days.
brain knew.
Well done, Ricky. We've got it. Rick the Hod. Done.
So one's okay. One's okay.
Hey, man.
For Jax for Mo, under the gun. Lovely stack for Mo. Been a great session for him. Coming to the table with 330k. He's up to nearly 450.
Come on, the hoops. Saw the celebrations after the game today. Motherwell just laid down, didn't they? 6-0. How embarrassing is that? Fancy supporting Motherwell.
It's not fair, you guys. Massive.
Our action tracker Dave goes to the home games. He goes to the home games at the Well. He said he was in the car park in tears at the end of the match.
Crazy player who knows who can read all the people.
So 47, which means we are 10 off the money. 38 get the paid. 38, we are 2 minutes away from the start of level 6. Then here with 54,000. 18 big blinds. We'll be making decisions now because it's getting close to the money.
Yeah, she's just going to tank tower, that's all it is. It's part of the game now, everyone does it. It's just one of those things, every decision just taking an extra 15-20 seconds and waiting for potential bust outs on outer tables.
All in from the short stack. Joe is all in for 39.5.
Shot for the King Jack
13 bigs. Yep.
Average stacks around 170. Rob, to answer your question.
The weird thing is with the shot clock is that Rene didn't take 30 seconds then, but if you have a shot clock of 30 seconds, you know you've got 30 seconds. So that actually makes it longer. So it works in both ways. If you've got 30 seconds and you know you've got 30 seconds, you're going to use 29 of them. But she didn't take 30 seconds then, so it actually ended up a little bit quicker. Jambo's still in. My golfing partner from the amazing North Berwick Golf Course with like 150,000 chips.
So this is going to be the last hand of the level, guys, and then we are going to go into level 6 of the day, level 16 of the tournament.
Yep.
And some players are coming over. That is because we're now down to 6 tables, 47 left. So some balancing going on.
Who's 48th?
48th was Stuart Matthews. And we just lost Lee Wang.
Oh, we had
in
few chips, didn't we?
Yeah, so Lee Wang out the door.
Supposed to be, especially when that was last game yesterday, yeah?
That was nice.
Come back, come here.
He's been a great back to the great.
That was the same.
Is that a football shirt?
I was up to 280
That's a
and then
Middlesbrough
like to
FC
and then
football
down to
shirt.
80.
That has to be in a week.
Just put under pressure here.
How are we doing, Green Claw? Hello guys, where can I find on the schedule for UK Live Poker? You can find it on our website, grosvenorpoker.com, and I'll tell you what we'll do after this hand. We will put the schedule up of what's going on via Grosvenor over the next couple of months for you. Just going to cover this one, one between Sean and Mo. Sean flopping middle pair and Mo flopping and up and down here. Choosing to check this over to Sean. Decides to check back the middle pair and king on the turn. Just the nuts for Mo.
Just there, mate.
Blind drop 2,000, 4,000, 4,000, things like that.
Your chance really being in place are going to matter. You've just been a mess then.
Fair enough then.
They say off for any under the gun. She's not going to be playing this one. She's just probably counting to 20 and letting her hand go.
18 big blinds, in fact less now because the blinds have just gone up. We know she's not playing it under the gun ace 8. She's making it out like she does, or she will be.
Joe wastes no time getting it in with just sub 12 bigs with the ace queen.
Jimbo is back in the building.
But I really like how they have been handling the chips. So there is always an up change on the chip.
Yeah, that's good.
Last time I played the tournament, I don't remember which one, it was bullshit.
More chips, yeah, but you were always asking for chips.
I think in Dublin, like horrendous like this. You go in on level 5 and they already give you like only 5Ks.
Yeah.
And the table has no change.
Yeah, it's terrible, yeah. It's always good to have change. I like that.
Looks nicer.
Yeah, looks nicer, yeah. You know, like stack of plates and you have 500k but have nothing, yeah.
Exactly, you don't feel that.
You don't feel like you own them, yeah, especially as much as you hit, that's meaning more hands you own.
So 46 left, 38 get the money. Price ticker going across the bottom of the screen.
Joe has to fold the sixes here under the gun this close to the money, and that does so. There's 4 diamonds for Mo in the cut-off. We're certainly going to be opening this one with the chip lead at the table now, I believe. How are we doing? Ali law law law.
Law law law. Ali law law law. Ali law law law. We are on till 12:30.
Yes, so it's a Middlesbrough top. Good spot.
Yeah, it has to be an away kit, so I don't think they ever played in blue. There's an home kit. Always playing red, don't they, Middlesbrough? 'So Rennie on 11 bigs, Joe on 14. $46 left.
Yeah, that's the shittiest thing on this table. You like, especially short guy, you do climbing the table.
Jambo with the jacks under the gun. Raises to 10k. And Rene here in the small blind versus gun open at ace-9 suited off of 11 bigs. Don't think Rene's going to get involved. Rene likes to scrape the right side of the money. Probably would fold here myself anyway versus a jumbo gun open. Going for this stack. Just taking 20 odd seconds again. Just hoping that some more players bust on the outers. Half time and extra time, says Apocalypse, still 0-0, thank you. And after some deliberation, there's the fold from Rene. And Joe with ace queen here in the big blind. And just
in they
moves
go.
in.
In they go.
Jumbo with the jacks. So off to the races.
We've got the overs against the unders. Who wins? Jumbo the hooks. Joe ace queen. He's been in about 4 times.
Well, that's an interesting flop.
Interesting.
Ace queen out in the lead, but now fading aces and 9s. Won't want to make 2 pair.
That'll be ill. Queen's in front of the minute. Do we get a double?
7 outs.
Yes, we do. Jumbo gets out flopped.
So doubles twice in the space of 20 minutes, Joe. And now a lot for the money. Up to 28 BBs.
Yeah, he was happy if she shot the ball with all these pictures.
Half time and extra time in the FA Cup. I wonder if Chelsea will bring on the substitute goalkeeper and cock it up like they did last time.
Yeah, but I mean,
Penalties finished 12-11. How many did you save? None. Who missed a penalty? Me!
You couldn't write it, could you? You honestly couldn't write a script like that.
Ace 9 for Kevin. On the run. No football shirt. Is that AC Milan or Inter Milan?
Inter Milan.
Inter Milan. They're top 2 in Italy, aren't they, this year?
Yes, they are. 3.5 from Kevin here, and Eunice with the pocket 10s on his direct left. Not going to be going anywhere here. Chasing this under the gun open from Kevin. Eunice just deciding to flat.
Hey, you brought me through it with being super tight. You beat me in the hand, and oh wow, we're playing trips now. Honestly.
yeah, that's 20 kilos.
Ah, Rene slap folded.
There you go.
Someone send this man home. I can fall for this.
Went down to 23.
Jack's healed
Queen
up.
6-5 2 hard board here. Not much going on for Kevin. It does have the betting lead here, so might continue after opening under the gun and we're faced against +1 here. But not going to work because Eunice will be calling once. Only one overcard here. 2 are 10s, so going to need to call and see a turn, especially getting 4-1 here.
Makes the call. Queen pairs on the turn.
Love to see it as Eunice makes it less likely that Kevin has a queen. Not only that as well, it protects us against aces, kings and jacks here, because Kevin should be checking aces, kings and jacks in this spot. So if Kevin starts firing now tower, a lot of the time he's going to condense his range for value to queen x or better here, because we've got to think about the hands that Eunice is going to have in this spot, and he can have ace queen that doesn't let the free bet, king queen suited, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, all going to be in there. So once Kevin like double barrels here, he's actually gone fairly small though, 14 into 43, third pot choice from Kevin. But from Eunice's perspective, I'm sat there, I'm thinking, hold on a minute, you're going to be checking your aces, kings and jacks here, so now you're condensing yourself just to a queen or better, especially if you're going to free barrel with this spot. So Eunice has just got an easy call here, once his queen pairs for those reasons. Wow, he folds! He folds! Well, I'm shocked to see that tower. Seemed to have played well so far this session, Eunice, but that tens fold is... Like, even if he chooses that sizes with aces, kings or jacks, he can't bet river with those if we call again. Like, we're protected where we're positioned. Like, he can't free barrel that spot unless he has a queen, because of our range can possibly have some queen x once we call twice, and getting that price on the turn, I'm really, really surprised that Eunice just fought better of it, especially with stack size there, and Kevin somehow gets away with one. I think versus most there, Kevin's going to be getting called twice and going to have to shut down on river for the reasons that I spoke about.
We are on 46.
Well, it might be tea time, Sal. You want a tea? I might go for a little tea run.
I'd love a cup of tea, actually.
Cup of tea?
Can you just change it, please? Because we've just lost 22nd Tom.
22nd Tom?
We've lost 22nd Tom. And we've also lost Michelle Baldy.
Honey G.
Honey G. No, that was Catherine. Wasn't it?
No, at the Goliath.
Oh, the Goliath. Honey G, Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle.
Michelle,
I didn't even know
she
Michelle
was probably the Honey G, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. I didn't even realise she was here. So what are we down to, Tal? 44?
We are down to 44.
How does Renee do it, by the way, before I run out for the tea run here? She's been waiting around, and who picks up aces off of 11 big blinds on the bubble? Come on, be fair. Who does it? Who gets aces approaching the bubble with 11 bigs? And she's going to get that one through, and that's massive for her, just getting that shove through, plus picking up the 2 big blinds from the open. She's now got a lock if she continues to play how she's been, just folding. I think even off of 15 bigs here, she will still scrape right side of the money, just getting that one through. So down to 44, and I'm off for the tea.
So the honey to the G. Michelle Baldy has gone. $44, $38 getting the money.
I was going to say, last time you were... And these are men.
I'm paying for it now, mate. Trust me.
Huh?
I'm paying for it now.
You look very fresh now.
I don't feel it. Thank you.
Huh? I mean, better than yesterday. Maybe the comparison is like so big and like...
It was, I just don't remember.
You were so fucking busy.
I don't remember like the last 3 levels of the day.
I was gonna say, like, first, like, when I came the first couple levels, you're fine. But the last level, you were like...
Renee this time, King 5. Not doing anything with it.
That's what I said.
Gets down of the way this time, picks up the boots and gets the blind and ranches in the min race.
Get pissed and then if I can move and that I don't like.
Yeah, definitely sad about Dennis Waterman. Gary, the Minder. What a great programme. That could be so good for you. The Sweeney and the Minders tributes. They've always been on. The Sweeney's been on ITV4 for about 30 years. The Sweeney. The Sweeney. Do, 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 do. One thing that is missing about telly these days is an actual good soundtrack to the TV programme. What's your best soundtrack? TV programme theme tune? Hill Street Blues, NYPD, Hill Street Blues again. Cheers. Oh, mine was The Fall Guy. I thought The Fall Guy, and I still think The Fall Guy is the greatest theme tune ever. I think the song was called The Unknown Stuntsman. Aye. Gibraltarian. Do you remember the slow version of the Sweden after a sad ending? Yeah, it goes do 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 do. Colgan, it's a Y50. Yeah, another good theme tunes. They're a thing of the past. So Eunice bets 28. Back to the theme tunes very shortly because Eunice is involved in a pot here. It's a 70k pot. Kevin C number 3 has turned trip 7s. He's always been in front of them. So call on the turn. Kev just needs to fade a 3 to lose hand, but it's 10 of spades, 4th spade. So if anybody wants to get a bit lardy with the spades, and Kevin and Eunice, they're battling now to big hand. He checks. There's Kevin in C3. Eunice in the tank. If Eunice puts in a decent sized bet, pressure is picking up chips. And it's about 32,000. 32 into 98. So a third pot size. Check called the flop, check called the turn. Does he check call the river correctly? Folds, Eunice, big hand for Eunice. Yeah, see, Paul Rogers, the unknown stuntman, Lee Majors, the legend, Joe 90, the Night Rider. How good was the Night Rider theme tune? Royal Family and Sopranos. Oh. We don't have a list of all the players. What we do have is a list of the. That is all the players that were in at the last break. That's over an hour ago. That is an hour ago, is it? Yeah, it's an hour ago. So they were all the players that were in an hour ago. We know there's been eliminations.
Yeah, quite a few as well.
So quite a few eliminations because we're down to 44. But they are all the names that were in at the last break an hour ago. So will be an updated version at the next break. So that's what we'll do. But there are all the names. If you see me, Matt Bushell is on fire. Final table, the Irish Open. Matt with 250 at the last break. Bixie, 4th in chips. Some good names still left.
Yep.
Some good names still left. But they were an hour ago. Updated at the end of the next session. So we're on 44. Any eliminations now we will tell you in order. Yeah, Dave Doherty, was it 11th last year? And then went on to win Luton.
Luton, yeah. Come done some comms and then ended up shipping Luton.
Yep.
Bottom line, Eunice 10-9 of clubs, raising to 12, and Radoslav continuing with the 8-6 of diamonds, but just going to have to fold to this third pot continue.
I don't see it this way. I try to never keep a personal because you know like how people oh against you I lost this much money. Don't fucking get like nothing I hate more when you like keep personal track, you know. Oh against this guy I won £1,000.
So the last one we lost was Michelle Baldy.
You win to poker and you lose.
It was.
You just keep track of it. Keep track on deposit or like on your wallet, like the not on the fucking. Not against who you're winning. Oh yes. Then the same person will ask you, oh, how much you want today? And you're thinking, fuck this guy, I lost.
I'll take that one. You put it on the cameras as well. Oh, you're going to see 0% feature. Can't walk off the feature with 0% feature. Someone's getting raised.
Renee here, King Queen of Clubs, working with 16 bigs here, approaching the money. So Renee is going to choose to open maybe, just counting her stack. I think she folds tower personally.
Yeah.
I think because how close we are.
Yeah, it's too early position for King Queen so with the stack.
Like usually we'd open this or maybe even just open rip, but this close to the money here, might just elect to mark, or even like limping might even be an option here, tower, off of this stack size. We did predict right, she does just let it go. Jambo with the 10s, working with 17 bigs here, just rips it in. Jambo going to get this one through.
You sure?
No. Why would I show? Why would I?
Why go me? You caught. So close, I could have fallen.
So we're going to penalties in the FA Cup. Boring.
0-0.
Boring. Who wins the penalty shootout?
Did Apocalypse, did Chelsea bring Kepa on? I'm just saying, they might have done. They might have done.
They'll never do that again.
Well, they might.
Not ever. I think Chelsea will be favourites for penalties now they've not fetched him on.
Just continuing to tank, just trying to hope that other bust outs happen around the room.
I mean, Liverpool are the first one on my multiple for the 4 cups. I'm hoping nothing done here anyway.
It'd be rude to have a cup of tea in front of me, Tara, and not have a tea cake, wouldn't it?
That's true.
It's telling me to have one.
He's saying, oi!
Yeah.
Tonic's tea cakes here, pal. Let's have some. That's what it's saying.
Come on, it's a cool. I mean, it really is just a fun. I hope they win. I'm a Hearts fan. So if they win, you'll be pissed. Back up and go on to the cup final, be bothered. I mean, okay, so I get it. If I was in the position, I wouldn't give them one. Not green in the whites. It's upset me. I would have been closer. It would have been a better battle and all that.
44 for a while now. Things are going to slow down. It's always expected this close to the money.
We're not hand for hand, we're pleased to announce all in and calls shouts the floor. We are not hand for hand, he just said. Just lost John Wallace.
John Wallace.
John Wallace. So we're down to 43. So that's 5 off the money. So they're just saying. Keep it all in a call on every table, just in case. We'll keep an eye on it. But we're 5 off the money.
Ace 9 of clubs for Mo on the button. We'll be opening this one. Been such a good session for Mo. Obviously was very fortunate. Won Kings versus Aces for a pretty decent sized pot. Sean with 9-7 off, just basically doing what Rene was doing. Just a bit of tanking with his stack. 20 bigs, just waiting for a few more bust outs on the outer tables, just taking 20-25 seconds with his decision now that we're down to 43 and only 4 places off the bubble. And there's the fold. Right, James in the big blind with the 8-6 there, placing the button open. Expect to see a defend getting 4 after 1. 2-6-4, 2 diamonds. So James flopping best here, top pair, top kicker. Understanding this board's going to be better for the big blind, so he decides to check behind and expect to see a lead here now from James most of the time with the 8-6. Denying up T2 overcards, just trying to take the pot here. Mo's ace high can still be the best hand here. Big blind can understand that this is their board and just lead a lot of hands here, so ace 9 will be in front of some. That's why Mo's going to call here with position, hoping for a check on the river. James going to go for another street here. 18.5k. Mo actually debating this one with ace high here on a board that's meant to be so much better for the big blind. Oh wow, he heroes it off. Heroes it off. I guess you don't think James is ever going to go as thin as a 6 there. And if he makes that assumption, then I'm guessing we are going to be ahead of a lot of bluffs. But he basically maybe thinks he's not got any Jack X here unless it's Jack X or diamond specifically. So we're more condensed towards Deuce X, and maybe just made the assumption that James wasn't going to go as thin as a 6 there, and that might have been why he ended up calling it off.
So, getting closer and closer to the money. 43, we're 5 off it, ladies and gentlemen. We are 5 off the money.
Hey, good luck, John.
Lines 2,000, 4,000. 4,000 ante. We are 5 off the money. Five off the money.
Yeah, Mo just using his stack to his advantage here. But not in Eunice as well with the big stack. It's going to be opening fairly light, so mixing this one in here with the ace 9 and Sean once more, just doing some tanking.
So you've got a holiday and you can't even talk. I know, you know what I mean? You know, a lad who will test himself at home. Are you coming out of Vegas now? When you go in, you have to be vaccinated, you've got one.
So we have slowed down quite a lot, as you would guess, being very close to the money. We're on 43. We're on 43.
Sean here in the cut-off off the 20 bigs, Queen Jack. Just going to be folding. Just tanking here. Same reason Rene's been tanking.
Yeah, exactly right. 80k, 20 bigs.
Money.
Lost another one.
Have we?
Yes. We've lost Woody. Chris Wood, who was on our feature table before the break. So we're down to 42. We're down to 42. And now we're in the 8 deuce in the small blind. Won't be playing it at all, but we'll be thinking about it, counting to 20 and then sticking them in the muck. Sticking them in the muck.
There's no king high board, there was no king high board. There's a nut first draw on the flop and then all in on the flop, ace on the turn, queen on the river.
So Sean raises to 8.
Jack high or something.
Joe in the big blind calls.
Sean did raise it up. Fair enough.
9, 10, 5 with the Jack Queen.
There's a Sean flopping up and down here.
Jack high, 2 diamonds, ace king of diamonds.
Probably continue small.
So, yeah, ace on the turn, queen on the river. And like huge.
Sean actually decided to check this one behind, and now the 6-4 turning a straight draw of their own. Jack on the river. So Sean, river in top pair here. However, Joe should have a lot more 8x here.
Just worried. So we were worried there.
Nothing like 1 minute.
So Sean gets a check mark with the Jack on the river.
I'm alright. 20 minutes here.
17.5 from Joe. Sean make the call.
If you're going to play poker, sometimes you just have to bubble. That's the rule. Yeah, but that's the rule. So.
And tricky spot for Sean, but this is the board that may expect Joe to be repping, whether he's got it or not here. Representing an 8. Could even go as thin as 2 pair here as well, Joe.
A lot shorter than me. They're trying to grind the money at least.
Sure, I'm thinking about it. Obviously only beating a bluff here. Sean does find the correct decision on the river here.
Nice pot winner. Sean Jones, 70,000 with the blinds at 4k. We are 4 off the money, which is why the players slowed right down. It always happens. Always happens.
Yesterday, the last
Beefy, I've had that throughout the middle of my day. They did a lot of balls, 3-bet balls and stuff, so I don't know if you thought you meant to get me a full ace queen or ace king. The last time tonight, I'm going to I'm looking at boot back. That's just why I've sat there for 12 hours, so I just want to get great.
So 4 off the money. We're on 42. 38 get the Wonga.
He was probably quickly. You can't try to get cheap fast head with 6-8, yeah? When you have 70k, at least if it's like another half an hour left, do that. And if it's worth the year, so you can have another day.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then that's the last chance. 20k. Up to both that again, 20k. But he got like 6 seats or something. He grinded, I double him for long. Queen King Jack was ace queen.
I mean, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but he's got 6 seats, why not?
He's got the seats.
Yeah, Renee's tanking. A couple of players in the short stacks tanking. Dennis Shaw, Tim Buckley, John Watson tell us that Liverpool win. Or Apocalypse says Chelsea lose. Penalty shootout again between those guys, unbelievable.
So blind on blind, Joe just shoving into Jambo with Jack 8 suited. And Jambo out of the way.
Is a Mincash playing on the mines? Of course it is. Absolutely it is. Scrolling across the bottom of the prizes.
Yeah, and Tower, we have lost 2 players.
Hey?
We have lost 2 players.
2?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Chris Wood.
Oh, yeah, I've got Woody.
And Graham Lang.
Yeah, we got Woody.
I was looking at the ticker at the top. We hadn't taken Woody off. So that means...
Is that 41 or 40?
40.
40?
So 1 off going hand for hand. So we have 40 players remaining, guys, which means we are 1 player off of hand for hand, I believe.
We're on 40.
Ace 8 suited for Eunice, raises to 9. So when we lose one more player, guys,
Yep.
we're going to be on the bubble.
Indeed.
And the other thing I will mention, we're meant to be going on break in 12 minutes. So if we do actually lose one player in that 12 minutes, there will be no break unless we lose another player, obviously.
Of course,
on the bubble.
yeah. Of course,
so
yeah.
No breaks on the bubble.
No, double your buying. 750 the buying. Got it? 750 total. So double your buying plus a little bit more. It's a 750 buy. That's what it is.
Jambo with deuces in the small blind. Probably fold this one, live to fight another orbit. Ah, Jambo's coming long tower. Wants to get in the mix with deuces here. Personally, on the money bubble, when Eunice has us covered here, just going to be mucking them. We then got another full orbit without having to post anything. You know, can potentially find a better spot if you do want to get it in, but if I'm Jambo here with the deuces, personally, I think just let them go, don't get involved, just keep folding, wait until you're on the right side of the money. But Jambo knows better than me, Tower. Jambo knew.
He knew the two of spades was going to hit the flop.
He knew he was flopping a set, old Jambo. And this is probably going to check through. Luna's got a nice little check candidate here, middle pair with some backdoor spades.
Yeah.
Could definitely check through this one.
Absolutely. Here's a middle pair, Eunice. Going to be firing out.
He is going to fire. Definitely can check, but Eunice happy to just bet here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to say for Jambo here. Just flat. He's going to be so wide here on the bubble, Eunice. Unless Jambo just wants to take what's in the middle and potentially get on the right side of the money. But personally here, I probably wouldn't be in the hand in the first place with deuces, but I'm just going to flat.
Yeah.
Just because Eunice on the bubble with the chip lead at the table, he's going to be so wide here. We could have him drawing like nearly dead here in this spot. And there's the flat from Jambo, great to see.
Well, with less than one SPR, so I'm guessing it's going in.
Oh, 9 of spades.
Oh, 9 of spades brings action because the ace-8 of spades for Eunice speaks to a little bit of equity.
Yeah, and Eunice here on the bubble might even think about jabbing this one, Tower, trying to get Jambo off of like ace-jack, king-jack, queen-jack suited, these type of holdings, because he might think Jambo's going to fold these with just one pair. Unbeknownst to him, Jambo's actually sat there with deuces and he's going to get his arm snapped off. But Eunice here, I wouldn't actually mind seeing a shove turning this 8 into a bluff and trying to potentially fold out some jack X of Jambo here in this spot with equity if we are called as well. But chooses to check.
Yeah. No way, the back door has got there. The back door spades is there. So this has to be a 50k bet from Eunice.
This is gross as well, and I'm going to explain why. Because basically, Eunice has to shove this spot on the bubble here, basically so wide, because Jambo's just going to fold so much here. He's going to fold so many hands on the bubble here. So from Jambo's perspective, Eunice with the chip lead, it just looks like he's trying to push us off our hand whilst we're on the bubble, trying to get us to fold a one pair type holding, which we would do if we do. But we're sat there with a set, and Jambo snaps it off and sees the bad news, which is a nut flush, shows the set of deuces, and Jambo unfortunately out in 40th, which means we are going to be on the bubble.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jambo. Normally he was afraid of the tent. But now we are on the bubble, which means we are hand for hand.
Will also mean
it also means there's no break.
No break inside.
We are not on a break. Whoa. That was a gross run out, to be fair.
Top kicker, backdoor flush.
You jump the flop, you can't fall.
Yeah, if I feel it's coming. Maybe I feel it's coming.
And you feel it's coming.
We are now on La Bubble.
Yeah, and this is what we're playing for, guys. I'll put the prizes across quickly.
I think it's money, eh?
Right, the floor just announced that we're going hand for hand, and the rules.
This last hand was a bit dodgy, I admit. Tape comes early, face comes early. Yeah. Why is he not thinking? Maybe I have a 10. He thinks I'm full of shit all the time.
Yeah. No.
He's got said not to. He's not from the house. He played it perfect. He was related to flop. Just not the lucky.
Unlucky Jambo, we're on the bubble. We are now waiting for instructions to start dealing.
Will be declared dead. Please do not leave your seats during hand to hand. You will not have to be dead.
So Simon just came over explaining the rules. Hand for hand, must stay seated. If the first card off the top of the deck is dealt and you're not in your seat, your hand will be mucked. So no more tanking, that's one thing we're going to see. Rene won't be tanking no more now that it's hand for hand.
Yeah, no, I agree. I know.
Everyone does.
Sorry, but yeah,
Never Viking, not in a tournament like this. Never seen a bubble saver on a GUKPT main event. You might get like your little £30 local comp if everyone wants to like put in, or take a little bit off top to give it to the players on the bubble, but it's just never going to happen in a GUKPT because players playing this event are just going to understand the big stacks at least. You need every single player to agree, and it's terrible for the big stacks to do a bubble deal because it's a great time for the big stacks to chip up even more. They can really put their foot down with some aggression, applying pressure to the middle and shorter stacks to the table, knowing that they want to get on the right side of the money and potentially put themselves in pole position after the bubble burst to make a deep run of the tournament. So it's just never going to happen. It's as simple as that. It's pointless even asking because not everyone would be agreeing. It was actually funny, last year in the 30-30 in Luton, some guy was going around asking everyone for a bubble deal and everyone had said yes and they come over to our table and I was pretty short and I just went, nah, we'll just play, carry on, and then I ended up bubbling. So it can turn out like that sometimes, but I don't think when we went through all the tables everyone would have said yes, so I just sort of sped the whole process up.
Got a good question coming. Yep. From my really good friend Spuddy, Chris Flint. He says, when you start day 2 and day 3 and players are not on the table to start with, why do the floor announce to the dealers to take the chips out of the bags but not to stack them? What's the reasoning behind it, not stacking them? Is it easy for the dealers to take it? It is, as he says, it's easy for the dealers to take the chips out and takes up a lot less room if you stack them up. What's the reasoning for this? Imagine the chip leader and all the chips are spun there, they'll just be strewn everywhere.
I just think
what's the reasoning for
I actually don't know the reason, but if I had to make an educated guess, I am going to say it's probably for integrity. The fact that if the dealer opens the bags and starts to take stacking the chips, they could potentially pocket a chip. Not saying anyone would, but they could potentially pocket a chip and give it to someone else. I'm guessing it's for, because when they open the bag, they rip the seal and then they pour it out like that, don't they?
Yeah,
top of the bag of their hand. So I'm just guessing it's for integrity reasons, and that would be my guess, Spuddy.
If we can get, in fact, if Simon or Mike manage to wander through, then we'll try and get the official answer. But that makes sense. That does make sense.
or if anyone in the chat knows the answer.
Second time I defend my big point. Ace king with something.
Dan says that's what it is, Joe, so hopefully that's.
Yeah. Integrity.
Jim Marlowe says it's punishment for being late. Can't be punctual then arrive to a pile. You have to stack them yourself.
So we're still waiting for every table to finish, which they have, so we're dealing again. We're on the bubble if you're just tuning in, ladies and gents. We're on the bubble.
When it bursts, we will be going straight out on break.
20-minute break it'll be.
This break should be now, but
no
breaks on the bubble.
Absolutely not.
And I had good chips. I had 20 big blinds at the beginning of the bubble. So I'm just waiting. I was like, come on, only one I need to.
What was the mini? Like at least 4K or something?
I think 2K, maybe it was like 2K bounty. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. 9 times double.
8.5. Oh, and Ro's got 10s here. In the big blinds.
Nice guy up there.
Weighing up his options here. Never folding, he's just thinking whether we have a 3-bet this spot or if we're just happy to flat and go post. It is a +1 open here, so just choosing to flat. And we're like, well, 56, 57 big steep with our opponent. King 4-3. Rainbow board. Small bet. From James, 7k into 23, just south of third on the king high board. That should be better for him as the under the gun +1 opener. But Mo just got an easy call now. Once we choose to flat the 10s pre-flop on this board, it's just going to be a pure check call for us. Never folding. Can't immediately give James credit for the overcard. We will still be ahead of hands like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, so queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, so on. Ace of spades on the turn, so James now the 9's checking behind. Queen of clubs on the river. Probably just going to be check, shows the 9's, Mo's going to show the 10's. And Mo takes that one.
Takes it.
Guys, when you return from the break, you're going to be on table 5, same seating positions, leave your chips here, 5 after the break.
And when we do eventually go out and break when the bubble bursts, guys, make sure you tune back in when we return because we've got another £110.
Oh, we have,
ticket to give away. We're going to be doing Jay thinks this time, so Tal will ask a question, I'll write the answer down and whoever gets closest to my answer. So another giveaway coming next session.
Have we had football on in the booth? No, we haven't. No. We found out that Chelsea lost on penalties via the chat box. And actually, if you watch the TV now, on the right-hand side between seats 6 and 9, Chelsea have got a chance of winning. Because it's on now. It's on now. Chelsea are just going to penalties. Go on, Chelsea.
Apocalypse asks, what's a bubble save? So basically, it won't happen in this event, but no. For example, if there was 29 players left and 28 players paid, all 29 players would have to agree to take X amount off of a certain prize, usually off top, and give it to 29th. So the bubble, there's no bubble, but you don't ever usually see it like when you're playing 1Ks or above.
Your local comps, your local £50-pounders, if you want to save the ball, give the money back or just double the money or whatever it is, that's what they normally do. But as Jay says, very, very rare in big comps do they have a bubble serve. Every now and again, if you're lucky enough and the people running the tournaments might have an entry to the next year's event or something like that, but it doesn't happen very often indeed. So we're on the bubble, waiting for everyone.
Referee this time.
Yeah, I'm guessing Apocalypse does not like Liverpool. I'm guessing he doesn't.
Couldn't be worse. What about a ref against Spurs Arsenal? They should have been down to about 7 men. He's literally couldn't be more favourable to Arsenal they'll ever seen. Should have been down to Holding should have had 2 red cards.
Yeah.
Managed to watch the highlights. Didn't get to watch it live.
The highlights 0-0 after 120 minutes.
I'm talking about the Spurs game.
Oh, right.
The Spurs Arsenal game.
I want to say. You mustn't like sleep if you want to watch Liverpool Chelsea 0-0 after 120 minutes. Jeez, that must have been awful. So, one more hand from the dealers, please. As the blinds have just gone up. So the blinds have gone up, there's no break. As soon as we lose one, there will be a break. Is that Honey to the G? Just walking out. There she is, the Honey to the G, wandering out.
Gremlin, yes, absolutely right, Jay. I've got quite a few, obviously, being from London growing up, I've got quite a lot of mates that are Arsenal fans, a lot that are Spurs fans, like in group chats and stuff. And
Evening, Sarah.
Yeah, a lot of.
Oh, you well, Rennie's in with the ladies.
A lot of banter, back and forth between the Spurs and Arsenal.
Army says it was a good game for a 0-0. Lots of chances. To be fair, I did see the Alonso missing the first half. And when I backed him to score the first goal, I was jumping about. How was he taking a touch 10 yards out?
Why did we play before? Was it like 2-5 and hippo?
So, wrong here, guys. The hand. Rene's actually shoved pocket queens over the open, and everyone has folded. There we are. Quick correction.
Fucking nice, you want to compare? I'm serious.
Dealers, one more hand, please.
I mean, there's not much action live, you can still play. Huh? I come like once or twice a month, or I'll stay a week or 2 if there's events, if it's more likely for 2 games in the year. But like, I was like, overall 3 weeks in April, I was like shite fest. I feel like the Omaha's, there was like only the 4-card 1025, which is what I'm aiming for. Sometimes running.
Trying to get the ladies.
So I ended up playing 65 and 5 Oldham and Hippo, which was very nice, but I don't know.
Yeah, that game was good.
It's a mixed feeling about London, to be fair. Are you based in London, no? Are you not either? Where? Birmingham. You don't play the 6 card, you're not part of the 6 card okay.
Kevin's got the ladies.
29 big blind rip.
Get them in. That's it. Get them in. You're never getting any action unless he's got aces or kings written over it.
29 big rip with ladies. Do we not want action? I guess we don't on the bubble. If someone's got us covered, that might have been the thought process. Don't want to go post with someone that's got us covered and potentially get pulled and bust.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what Kevin thought. You know what? I'm just going to open rip these and pick up.
Right.
But personally, probably just open, get some value from our hand. Not very often you see an open rip for near 30 bigs with ladies, I tell you that, if ever. But obviously the bubble playing a big part in his decision now, I'm guessing. And as well, we don't know how these players are going into this tournament, if they've bought in direct, if they've won satellites online, if they've gone through the steps online, like some Some players could be in for very cheap here, and it could be a big tournament for them.
Waiting for the other tables. Good luck, Laurie, says Tommy Wilson.
How are we doing, Tommy?
Right, Tommy. Who's the next big boxing match? Who's the one? Kell Brooks retired after beating up Amir Khan.
I don't know, Tower.
When's the next big one?
No idea. Can't help you with that.
Is there another one now? Tyson Fury has retired.
I think we're still in, I think. Give him much more. It comes Jack time. He's getting his best time.
All good here, Tommy. All good. And Jordan says Cameron Williamson is the winner of this tournament.
Sounds silly. This room's not ideal for one of these.
One more hand, please. Dealers, one more hand.
And what we'll do as well, guys, whenever we do get to that break, we will get some chip counts when we come back after the bubble for just so you're aware of how everyone else on the outers has been getting on over the last couple of hours. And Eunice finds aces with the chip lead on the bubble. No one's going to give him credit for a hand, and he's got the boots. No way!
How on earth is this happening on the bubble?
That is mental.
What
Tower.
a setup!
And it's against the chip leader as well. Joe is loving his life here. This is madness, Tower.
What a setup! This could be the end. Eunice has had the dream session.
This like unreal. Eunice needs to open so wide because we're on the bubble and he's actually got aces, and somehow Joe, the short stack's got kings. It's just a setup. That's all we can say. We did see Dan Gormley lose aces versus kings earlier to Mo on this table.
Wow.
And Joe is going to need to crack them here with the kings too, because he's just waiting, looking around, seeing if there's any other all-in and calls on outer tables. It would be irrelevant because we're hand for hand anyway, and cards aren't going to be on the backs until everything is finished. He's just speaking to Simon to clarify that, I think. But this is pretty ill, Tower.
So they're in. On cards over on your backs, it obviously has to go in. Joe has just seen what's just happened because he turned the cards over expecting the all in a call. Joe's got the Cowboys.
Sick.
And Eunice has absolutely woke up with the boots. We're waiting for the rest of the tables to finish. If there's an all in a call on the outer table at the same time and two bust outs, we'll share last place money. And that is all Joe can hope for at this moment in time.
He can also hope for a king, but with the equity he's got, I'm guessing one's in the muck tower, 14% here should be a little bit high up, so I'm guessing one of the Cowboys is dead, so going to Case Kingtown to stay alive here on the bubble.
He has got the suits working for him. Kings versus aces. Everybody's waiting for the outer tables to finish, but if there is two all-in and calls on the opposite tables, and there's two busts out right now, they'll be chopping last place money between them.
Yes, just going to wait.
And he knows what he's facing because they've both shown each other the cards. Joe O'Donnell is facing elimination with the Cowboys.
Just the setup though, as we mentioned, Tower, it's just incredible how this has happened on the bubble. It's not just the hands in question, it's the players in question. You've got the big stack versus the short stack here. The big stack who's meant to open so wide in this situation on the money bubble, and then you've got the short stack who's just dreaming of finding a
On
hand
your
like
backs,
kings.
please. Everybody else has finished, so there's no elimination. So this is the pure bubble.
So here we go, Joe needing to find the case king to keep his tournament alive. And there's no help there, and spades not working either, no runners, so we need a king on turn or river.
We're down to a king. Wow, we're now down to 1 out.
And I think that could be dead Tower. I'm pretty sure the king of diamonds,
the king of diamonds have been folded.
The king of diamonds might
Gone.
have come up, but
Joe O'Donnell bubbles.
Just not fair. This game's not fair sometimes. It's not. And you can sit there grinding for 2 days and get your money in with kings on the bubble, and 2 seconds later you're out the door. Great run from Joe, unfortunately bubbling.
And that means everybody's on a break.
Yes, it does.
Because we've gone into the next level. What will happen is we'll take the 20-minute break now, and then whatever's left on the clock, about 47 minutes, will then play. So time just obviously catches up. That is it. No more dealing.
Make sure you're back when we return though at 25 past, guys, because we've got a £110 ticket to
We
give
will
away.
give you 20 minutes because we will be restarting. On YouTube, it'll be start, because we have to do it for recording purposes. Please restart on YouTube. Everybody else is fine. We will see you in 20 minutes. Restart on YouTube because there's £100 to win after the break.
See you then, guys.
I guess that any of the 6 max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them.